If you've ever followed the real life TMZ drama too much, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back. Thank gosh it's Friday, right? TGIF. Oh my, did something happen yesterday? I mean, it was absolutely wild. It is June 6th, Friday, June 6th, and Benzinga's PreMarket Playbook is going to do its best to break down all of the TMZ-ish drama yesterday, as well as some of those huge earnings reports. Lululemon down over 20% here today. Big time shout out to our happy hour crew, which came up with all of the levers and the thesis for that trade. And oh my, did that end up working. So we're going to get ready here. We're going to enjoy a Friday. We got Mark Petrino coming on. We got Anne Marie after. We got Trading Simple with Sandy. We got an entire day lined up for you here today. It's Friday. We're going to have some fun. Turn those frowns upside down, and let's get it started. Benzinga's PreMarket Playbook starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. It is great to see a whole bunch of returning faces, and I'm thrilled that we made it to Friday. I can't wait for the weekend. The sun is out. The weather's going to be good. It's going to be good. And now I'm doing good because I'm here with the group. Pete, good morning. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Happy Friday. Eli, good morning. This Moj, good morning. It's time to talk about Tesla. I have a sneaking suspicion that we will take a look at Tesla several times here today. Full disclosure, before we get into anything, when all of the drama was unfolding yesterday, I put my money where my mouth is, and I bought TSLL calls, and I am long those into today. I also bought SQQQ puts, but I feel better about the TSLL calls. So we're going to clean up. We're going to clean up some gaps here today. Should be fun. Charles, good morning. Who wouldn't predict Elon and Trump's breakup? We'll see how this shakes out, Charles. Good morning. Welcome back. This Moj, in my opinion, it's all fake. I can't believe Trump being so calm talking about him. This Moj, oh man, after all of the drama that I saw yesterday, what a refreshing way to start today. There are other people out there that understand that this is likely orchestrated. 3D, good morning. It's great to see you. Political theater. This is exactly what I thought yesterday and how I described it. You folks are one step ahead of the game. However, there's going to be back and forth. There's going to be more drama. That much I'm pretty confident on. And there should be ways for us to trade it. That really at the end of the day is what is going to be important here today. This Moj, good morning. Great to see you. Barry the Goat, it's good to see you as always. Bonjour. Is that for the French Open, or are you in France with smoked tuna? I can't remember. Anyway, thanks for joining us here today. Reaching Financial Freedom, good morning. Paul, good morning. Chuck, good morning. You got back in, right? Everything's good, Chuck. Producer, don't know where we'd be without you. Good morning. Brandy, it's great to see you again. Good morning. Day Trader, good morning. Day Trader, once again, thanks for the watch list. That was awesome that we actually started a discussion on that. We added to that watch list yesterday. That is exactly what this is about. Cannot thank you enough, my man. Thank you. Brandon, good morning. Jim, good morning. Big Milkshake Trading, good morning. Ed, good morning. Quantum Vortex, good morning. Dave Trader LTD, good morning. New to the show, welcome, Dave. I hope that you enjoy yourself here today. We are going to have some fun. DCL, good morning. Nasir, good morning. Graph, good morning. JJ, good morning. Day Trader, whoa, the music sounded different and better today. Interesting. Producer, do you know anything about this? Because that's really good feedback. Day Trader, thank you for the feedback. Kerching, I love your handle because it makes me want to hit the register ring, and I love that sound. So that's awesome. Tom, good morning. Torloff, good morning. Izzy, welcome back, buddy. Chop Coop, good morning. Chop, cannot wait to wash the car tomorrow. I literally cannot wait for tomorrow. I know it seems stupid, but that's the case. Russ, checking in. What's going on, my man? Good to see you again. Harley, welcome back. Sam, welcome back. Seniat, welcome back. Angelica, good morning. Ryan, good morning. Mike, welcome back. Delvin, welcome back. Sanshika, welcome back. Happy Manana. I love that. Laura, it's good to see you again. Good morning. Ailish, good morning. Peter, good morning. Range Rider, good morning. Stock Trader for Life, good morning. Chris, Chase, and Master of Darkness, good morning. We got Joshua, good morning. Jonathan, good morning. A1, good morning and welcome back. Let's go. Catherine, good morning. Laura in Florida. Love it. Good morning. Welcome back. MD, good morning. All right. Let's go ahead and dive right in here. We are, of course, going to start with the SPY, as we always do. SPY here, despite what was going on, it did sell off yesterday. SPY was actually pretty volatile yesterday. So I'll take a look inside here, but let's start with the daily chart. We still did hold above the trend line, which originated at the all-time highs and went through the recent high. That's definitely a positive. We've also stayed above the 20-day moving average. That is also a positive. We'll see what happens here over the next couple of days. Now, as far as the level here, remember 593 to 595 was that significant resistance area. Yes, we dipped down beneath that, but here we are in the pre-market at 595.5. Now, in 24 minutes, we do have the non-farm payrolls data print, and that could absolutely affect which direction we're going to go here. Early indications are that cooler heads are prevailing in the whole drama scene, and higher we go. This would be ideal if this continues, especially from the way I positioned myself last night prior to the close. So we'll see where we go here. Our levels that we've been looking at still in play. 593 to 597 still in play, currently acting as support. We'll see if we break it. 597 also kind of in there. We'll see how strong it is. And then ultimately 600 if we continue to trade up. Downside, as I mentioned here, the trend line. Let me see what value I have for you here on that trend line. Give me one sec. 591 would be that value thereabout, and then 588.5 is where that 20-day moving average is. So we'll see if any of those get tested here today. And then again, yes, non-farm payroll print, and then Fed Bowman at 10. So those are our two economic events here that are likely going to affect things here today. Now, let's get to the market breakdown, which I'm sure is what you all are waiting for, right? I'm sorry, it's Friday. No one's going to knock me off my high horse here or my whatever. I feel great on a Friday. We're almost at the weekend. We're going to have a good time despite some of the drama, that is for sure. U.S. stocks likely to open higher. Traders have become jaded about Trump's tumultuous trade deal making, says expert. So the futures closed lower, and then futures are trading higher here. That came after President Trump hinted at a possible reconciliation with Elon Musk following a public spat that everyone here saw, the theater, as we described it earlier. In an interview with Politico on Thursday, Trump was unfazed about the question on his feud with Musk, stating, "Oh, it's okay. I know that this kind of shocked some folks, didn't shock others. Quote, it's going very well. Never done better." End quote. The trolling level is just so good in this whole thing. He said as his aides have scheduled a call with Musk to potentially resolve the conflict. Now, I must say I did see something earlier. I can't confirm it. I don't know how serious it is. The market doesn't seem to be buying it, but I did see that there was a report earlier that there is no scheduled call. So we'll see how this all shakes out. Again, you can expect some back and forth with this whole thing. Quick look at the Treasury yield, the 10-year, 4.38. Good. We're creeping down there slowly but surely. The 2-year was at 3.92. Okay. Let me get to some of the quotes here. Here we go. Ed Yardeni, stock, bond, currency, and commodity traders have become jaded about Trump's tumultuous trade deal making. According to Ed, even the rising concerns about a shortage of Chinese rare earth minerals, which are needed by several U.S. manufacturers, haven't fazed the stock market so far. He said that, quote, investors seem more focused on whether the U.S. economy is slowing or not, end quote. That makes sense to me. Yardeni stated that the stock and bond prices would likely stay firm if today's payroll employment report exceeds 100,000. Now, that's important because the estimate for that is 130K. So it sounds to me like we're going to be okay if we're in that range from 100 to 130K. Again, that print coming here in 21 minutes. We'll see what happens with that. However, the report, quote, isn't likely to resolve the debate about the labor market, end quote, saying that he anticipates that will be better than expected. Meanwhile, Louis Navellier said that he remains optimistic that the tariff confusion will dissipate in the upcoming months. Quote, I expect inflation will remain low due to lower crude oil prices, deflation from China, and excess inventories from the dumping of goods in the first quarter. End quote. This is exactly the place that I sit on this. I've been saying similar things, not quite as eloquently as Mr. Navalier here, but this was really awesome to read. He also added that resurging consumer confidence and rising personal income are a powerful 1-2 punch that will sustain economic growth. And as far as this bill goes, this bill was not actually a spending bill. It was a reconciliation bill. And a lot of it was to extend tax cuts that would also help the consumer. Now, let's get to the next story here real quick. Trump signals truce with Elon after the online feud. It's going very well. Never done better. Just absolutely love that. Trump, in an interview with Politico on Thursday, appeared nonchalant about his recent social media clashes with Musk. The president's aides have been urging him to tone down his public criticism of Musk to prevent further escalation. They have even scheduled a call with Musk to potentially resolve the conflict. Despite the apparent tension, Trump seemed unfazed, stating, quote, oh, it's okay. It's going very well. It's never done better. He also mentioned his high favorability ratings, indicating a possible shift in his stance towards Musk. The feud between the two influential figures centered around Trump's big, beautiful bill, a legislative proposal encompassing his presidential agenda. The exchanges became increasingly acrimonious, prompting aides and allies to intervene and Musk to show a willingness to mend fences. Earlier on Thursday, Trump, at the behest of his aides, moderated his comments on social media, focusing on the bill's passage through the Senate rather than the conflict with Musk. This change in tone was evident in one of Trump's social media posts. One of you said earlier, you can't believe, this Moj, I think, you can't believe how calm it was. That was one of my takeaways too, and why I kind of think that this is all just theater as it's described. I can't tell you if it's fake. I don't know if that's the right word, orchestrated, talked about, pre-planned. I don't know which word to use, so political theater is how I'm basically going to sum it up, and I could very easily be wrong. This feud strained the once close relationship between Trump and Musk, who was instrumental in the Department of Government Efficiency during the early days of the Trump administration. The public spat between Trump and Musk had significant repercussions as Tesla shares plummeted 14.26%, erasing $152 billion in market cap, marking this the largest single-day decline. This feud has not only affected Tesla's stock, but also Musk's personal fortune. The potential truce could help mend their relationship and possibly stabilize Tesla's stock. Tesla stock plunged at 14.26%. As a reminder here, trading this action, I went long TSLL calls. Now, it does look like Speaker Johnson is on CNBC right now. Unsure what he's saying because I can't hear him, but that is currently ongoing. Okay, actually, let's go back to Pro here real quick, and let's take a look at the chart for Tesla. I'm curious to know if anyone's looking to trade this here today, if you traded it yesterday. First of all, if any of you were long and when you started to see some of this stuff happening, you're like, you know what, I don't even want to participate. I'm just going to sell it here. I totally get that. And a lot of the times if there's something like this, something crazy like this that's affecting the stock, like, I'm with you. A lot of the times I don't want to be a part of that either. So totally get it. But it is worth noting that you should have a plan for today. This, again, massive volatility yesterday, expecting some more today. Let's see where we ended up settling here. I don't want to accidentally drag the drawing there. Okay, so we plunged here. Continue to move down. It looks like we actually tested a support area. Now I just because of the way that I've arranged this, the volume point of control happens to be down there, but that's serendipitous. The reality is that this was a former resistance area that then turned to a support area, and it's right down here at about 273. The low print of this candle was exactly 273.21, so it was right down to that handle. Now this morning here, we're actually trading higher on Tesla. We're currently at 297. That move takes us 6 points above the 50. This makes that a key spot. If we can hold that 50-day moving average here today, perhaps we can actually start trading higher. Otherwise, if this wants to retest some of those lows, that first test is definitely going to be at that 292, 291.96 area right there for that 50-day moving average. Also worth noting, if we continue to trade higher here, 305 is where our 200-day is at, and a recapture of that might actually draw in more long buyers here, especially for a short-term trade. Now, the one thing that I will say here is that, and I've been saying this for a couple of weeks, I also understand that folks don't necessarily want to load up risk on new open positions on a Friday right before the weekend with all of the back and forth that's going on. This is now just another layer. I mean, we used to talk about back and forth with Trump and Putin and Trump and Xi, and now we're talking about back and forth with Trump and Elon. They were on the same team for a long time. So I totally understand if the thought is, well, I don't know that I really want to take more risk here before the weekend. So again, we'll see how that all shakes out. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to trade it yesterday into today. I'd like to be done with these two short-term trades before the close here today. And I will be with however that works out. Also worth noting, volume here on Tesla, very, very large. We talked about this in the happy hour, just shy of 300 million shares. It's not the biggest day in Tesla's history. There were several days that were much bigger than this, including one around COVID that was almost a billion shares. It was like 990 million. So it was elevated. It was big. The move down was big. But we actually have some pretty clear mile markers, if you will. I'm not sure if that's the right way to describe it, but I'm already in weekend driving mode. We do have some levels here that stand out, and we'll be able to tell if a further breakdown is coming or if we're actually trading back up here. Now, next, another kind of a macro story here. I do want to move through it fairly quickly. As U.S. President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping break the ice with a phone call after months of silence, analysts weigh in on what's in store for the U.S.-China trade. I think we all agree here that this is this is probably the biggest single trade deal and might have the most market implications. So I expect more and more following of the story and more headlines for the story. What happened? The U.S. and China have been at odds over trade for a considerable period. The call signifies some advancement in establishing ground rules for a potential meeting. Jeremy Chan, senior China analyst in the Eurasia Group consultancy, stated that his communication suggests a level of respect from President Trump towards President Xi, and that was reported by the South China Morning Post. Now, I actually asked one of my Asian insiders yesterday, a gentleman that lives in Asia, to be clear. I kind of had the gut feeling here that the comments we got from Trump the other day about Xi being a very tough guy to deal with and this and that, I actually thought that was very strategic, and I still think that. We've talked a lot on Happy Hour again about how important face is for the Chinese. It would be absolute lunacy to think that the United States trade representatives in the administration and Trump himself don't understand this. They very clearly do understand this. And comments like that are kind of a way to, if by saying them, China can say, see, even the big orange bully says that our leader is tough and strong and has China in the best interest. So that just makes too much sense for me. So I kind of think that was tactical. Inevitably, we want to see how this plays out here before we can make some final assumptions there. However, analysts have noted that the more than optimistic statements are required to resolve the deeply rooted trade differences between the two nations. Chan further noted that Xi typically consents to meetings with foreign leaders only after substantial groundwork has been laid through lower-level diplomatic efforts. Quote, Xi has bowed to the reality, like so many other foreign leaders before him, that there is no substitute for direct negotiations with Trump, end quote. This is very, very clear. We should all know that. Any thought other than this is silly, frankly. On the other hand, ASPI's Wendy Cutler highlighted the complexity of the upcoming trade talks and the challenges. Quote, the likelihood of future misunderstandings coupled with a fundamental lack of trust will present enormous challenges for the negotiations as they try to hammer out a deal. The phone call comes in the wake of escalating trade. How many of you even knew that this took place yesterday because of the drama with Elon? Just curious. Actually, was talking to a couple of my other buddies. They're like, "Oh yeah, that happened. I forgot about that." LOL. In the wake of the escalating trade tensions between the two countries, on Thursday, U.S. stocks dipped following reports of a phone call between President Trump and Xi, signaling that the possible thaw in the China trade tensions. The outreach was said to have come from the U.S. side, per CNBC, citing Chinese state media. Earlier in May, President Trump has expressed his willingness to travel to China to meet with President Xi Jinping, emphasizing the importance of the U.S.-China relationship. In early May, South China Morning Post reported that the U.S. U.S. and China are struggling to resume trade talks. China suggested using special envoys, but the U.S. prefers direct talks between Trump and Xi, a move China considers risky and uncertain, but they ended up doing. The latest phone call could be seen as a step towards the potential meetings and a step towards resolving those disputes. Okay, now let's see. How much time do I have? 10 minutes? Perfect. You know what we're going to talk about next? You guessed it. We're going to talk about the IPO from yesterday, and that's going to be Circle Investment Group. What a move. Did anyone trade this? I'd love to know if anyone ended up trading this. I think we had a guy in happy hour. I don't know if I can say his name without his permission. But anyway, we did have someone here in happy hour that did pretty well on this one. I want to kind of take a step back here and look at what the next trade is. I didn't trade the IPO here. I know we kind of discussed this yesterday. I can't remember who it was, but one of you yesterday said that this might behave like CoreWeave. And that actually makes a lot of sense to me. So this thing was priced at 31, opened at 69, and closed at 81. So just a massive move here. You can see there was a lot of intraday movement, and it looks like it's gapping up here again today. So I'm sure this is going to be on deck here, and we'll take a look at this for sure. The other thing that I want to wait for, I really want to know when options become available for this. That will also determine what way it's going to go. Now, the thought here for the trade, the way that we compared this to CoreWeave is that, remember, CoreWeave had that. Here, I'll actually go to, here's the daily chart for Circle. We obviously only have one candle. But if we take a look at CoreWeave, we had that initial opening, right? We had a 2-day run, thing pulled back, but then it traded sideways for a bit, couple of weeks here, and then the big move happened. And then the big move happened. So I'm kind of wondering here if we get something similar in CRCL, and if we do, that means that the shenanigans on IPO day, not even the most important part of this move. So if we can get in like a $5 tight range like we did here on CoreWeave, we can do that and kind of trade sideways a little bit. Should be all right here on CRCL for another trade. This is what I'm hoping happens. I don't know if it's going to happen, but this is how I would approach it. Let's take a look here. Circle made a powerful entrance onto the New York Stock Exchange on Thursday with shares of the stablecoin issuer opening at 69, more than double the $31 IPO price. The company raised approximately $1.1 billion through the sale of 34 million shares, securing a valuation of $6.9 billion and making a major milestone after a previously unsuccessful public listing attempt via SPAC in 2021. The timing of Circle's debut comes amid broader market uncertainty. As earnings season concludes, a majority of companies have offered cautious guidance suggesting continued pressure on U.S. equities in the near term. Despite that backdrop, Circle's business model has positioned it to benefit from a growing demand of digital dollars. They had Michael Saylor on this morning on CNBC. I thought that was a great little interview with Kernan regarding MicroStrategy, Bitcoin, the future of Bitcoin. Kernan asked him the question that's getting tossed around and thrown around on the internet all the time about, Bitcoin is going to be done when quantum computers show up because it's just going to crack it. It seems pie in the sky to me. Saylor pretty much threw cold water on that. The other thing that I've thought about recently with this is that Rogan has said recently on a lot of different podcasts that Bitcoin might just be done when quantum computers are here. And I found out this morning, I didn't realize this, but I found out this morning that Saylor has actually reached out to Rogan to talk about Bitcoin on a podcast. I'll say this right now. If that pod happens, that is probably going to be one of my most listened. I might even re-listen to that one because I love Michael Saylor. I think he's absolutely brilliant. I don't know if he's going to end up being right, but I do think he's brilliant. And I think that back and forth on Rogan would make for a great podcast. And I would not be surprised if we have market reactions and not only strategy, but other assets as well on the tail end of that. So just as kind of an aside, we'll see if that materializes. I got my fingers crossed. Anyway, with Circle here, The demand has accelerated in 2025, partly fueled by improving regulatory clarity in the U.S., which is expected to strengthen the legitimacy and the utility of stablecoins within traditional finance. A recent report from Deutsche Bank supports this outlook, suggesting stablecoins are nearing mainstream adoption. The bank highlighted their role in reinforcing the global dominance of the U.S. dollar and improving efficiency in international finance. Circle's public listing is seen by many analysts as more than just a tech IPO. It reflects a broader market belief that stablecoins are evolving into foundational tools for the global financial system. Does anyone agree with that? Do you? I have a tough time saying, yeah, this IPO doesn't really mean anything. To me, it does seem like it's lending credibility to the Bitcoin market. I know this is more focused on stablecoin, but just as a whole, I think that's all pretty related. Let me know what you think there about that. A1 is asking how you get it at 31 when it opened higher. Just wondering. I had a limit at 31 and I never got filled. Okay, so this is a great question, and this is pretty much pertains to all IPOs. If you want to get it at that opening price, you really need to have you need to, I believe, ask your broker for an IPO allocation. I don't think that you're going to get that at the actual priced IPO. I think that's going to be for, I guess, probably people that were more in that deal prior to that. That 31 print, I mean, you can put your order out there. There's no way that you're going to get filled at the absolute low. When I first started trading IPOs way back in 2014, I talked to a guy who was really successful trading them. And one of the things that he said was, I put my order in my broker at 4 o'clock in the morning. I set my alarm, I wake up, I put the order out there, even in the pre-market. And he says, he doesn't have evidence for this, but he says anecdotally, he gets more and better fills by doing that. I have no idea if that's legitimate or not. What I do now is I just completely ignore that, like most of that open, the crazy open where it doubles in price and all of that. And I kind of wait for a more tactical area to trade it. That's what's worked for me. So that's the way I've gone. Give that a shot though, A1. Whoever your broker is, call their trade desk and say, hey, talk to me about how I can get in on IPOs, and see what they say about that. You can't get unless the shares are allocated pre-IPO. This is what I'm saying. So in order to do that, in order to get that allocation, you need to reach out to your broker. A1, they're going to know a lot more about that than me, and they'll probably be able to give you some insight on IPOs that you can trade in the future. I know Thinkorswim has an allocation. It's not great. It's not like the Goldman Sachs allocation, which I've never had. I've just heard from folks that have those accounts. But reach out to your broker, see what they say. I'd be curious about that. A day trader, regarding the thought here about this becoming more mainstream, agree 100%. I'm with you on that too. Awesome. Mama Bear, heading to Yankee Springs to golf. Go low. That sounds awesome. Okay. SoFi did not offer an IPO for Circle. So there you go. Some of them do. Some of them don't. Okay, cool. Good stuff there on Circle. By the way, how much time do we have? We got time for another story. We're going to do it then. You know what we're going to talk about? Lululemon, because they got absolutely destroyed yesterday on earnings here. Here's a look at the Lulu chart. We'll start with the chart, then we'll roll through the actual earnings print here. Full disclosure, I do think you might be able to get a buy on this. We'll see. So here we go. So Lululemon was trading at about what? 331. We were above the 200-day. We've made this nice little kind of recovery. We've been in this great uptrend, and then bang, we got those earnings and down 20%. This was actually down over 20%. Yeah, this is up off the lows. Last night, this was down over 20%. We watched this on Happy Hour take 3 legs down before we closed the call, which was crazy. Options only implied an 11.9% move, I believe. Let me actually get that. I think it was 11 point something. I might have the number slightly off. Ooh, I was way off. 7.9% move on the options. The big takeaway from this is that the option buyers won this print handily here. If you had Lululemon puts going into today, I'm going to give you a preemptive registering because that was an absolute monster. Lululemon shares are trading lower after the company reported Q1 financial results and issued Q2 GAAP EPS results below estimates. Also, the company lowered their guide here. Also heard that they might tactically raise prices in order to overcome some of that. No good, no bueno, as they say, no bueno. Now, looking at the daily chart here, I almost think that this 235 to 240 area is a shoe-in to get tested on this move down. I'll be curious to see if this stock sells off more when the market opens, being that it's already down 20%. So this area down here, 235, 240. I think if it gets down here, this is probably a tradable area, at least with options. So we'll see. Okay. Let me go to the actual story here. We'll roll through that real quick, and then we'll bring on Mark Petrino. Lululemon Q1 earnings. It reported first quarter revenue of $2.37 billion. That beat the consensus of 2.36, but boy, that beat it barely. And I'm going to show you some stuff here, or talk about, if I can't find it, I'm going to talk about some stuff here that was alarming, that really helped our happy hour group line this bad boy up for a trade. Total revenue was up 7% on a year-over-year basis, as America's net revenue increased 3% and international revenue climbed 19%. Total comparable sales increased 1% year-over-year. The athletic apparel company reported first quarter earnings of $2.60 per share, in line with analyst estimates. Inventories were up 23% year-over-year to $1.7 billion. Lululemon's total store count was 770 at quarter's end, after opening 3 net new company-operated stores during the quarter. The company ended the quarter with approximately $1.3 billion in cash and cash equivalents. Quote, in the first quarter, we achieved growth across all channels, categories, and markets, including the U.S., reflecting the continued strength and agility of our business model. Additionally, guests responded well to the product innovations, newness, and brand activations we delivered around the world. I heard directly from the source, a female source, that the big draw here, leggings with pockets. Leggings with pockets are apparently the big draw, and they're not often the leggings or yoga pants that are on sale. So we'll see if that changes here. I guess 13 did find one that was on sale, but I digress. Lululemon continues to expect. Excuse me, I went right over that. Lululemon expects second quarter revenue of $2.54 billion to $2.56 billion versus estimates of the 2.56, so a little bit lower than the estimate there. The range is anyway. The company anticipates second quarter earnings of 2.85 to 2.9 versus estimates of 3.31. So big move down there. Lululemon continues to expect full year 2025 revenue to be in the range of $11.15 billion to $11.3 billion versus estimates of $11.24 billion. Company lowered its full year earnings forecast to 14.58 to 14.78, down from 14.95 to 15.15. Analysts are anticipating full year earnings of 14.88 a share. Quote, as we navigate the dynamic macro environment, oh, you're good with words, bro. We intend to leverage our strong financial position and competitive advantage to play offense while we continue to invest in high growth opportunities in front of us. That came from the CEO. All right, now a couple of things here real quick on this. One of the things, again, I'm going to keep giving flowers to the happy hour group because they did this live. A couple of things here. Number one, prior to this print, actually the last week or two, maybe even at this point, Lululemon had a sale on their website where they literally called it, "We made too much." And that's a problem. We suspect that they actually ordered too many things to kind of get ahead of some of the tariffs and then had to sell them at a sale price. Looks like the data print is out here. U.S. average hourly earnings month over month for May, 0.4 versus the 3.10 estimate. The prior read was 0.2. Unemployment rate for May, 4.2 versus 4.2 expected. That print is in line. And the U.S. non-farm payrolls for May, 139 versus the 126 estimate. The prior read was 147. I go back to Ed Yardini's quote from earlier that I gave you prior to this report. Quote, Yardini stated if the stock and bond prices would likely stay firm if today's payroll employment exceeds 100,000. Indeed, that's exactly what happened. S&P futures ticking up here, now up 0.7% or 0.7 here in the pre-market. Okay, let me go back to the chart here real quick. And it's Friday. It's a fun Friday. So it's time for Mr. Mark Petrino. Let's hope he's ready. I'm just going to cold open him here. Let's do it. Mark, I got no camera for you, dude.
Oh,
there we go. Good morning, Mark. Happy Friday. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. How are you?
I'm doing really good. Let me ask you, were you on the golf course yesterday or were you watching the TMZ unfold?
Both. How about that?
Okay. Hey, that sounds like a busy day.
Yeah, this is kind of funny, but if you think about history, right? Who makes history? Men who have big narcissistic egos, right? I mean, so you don't get to be where Trump is, and you don't get to be where Elon Musk is if you're just like some normal person. So I'm just enjoying the fight. I find it very
Yeah.
amusing. And in 2
You know,
weeks, no one's even going to be talking about it anymore.
I am completely with you there. And I'll say, just from a personal note, I'm not proud of this. I did enjoy watching some of it yesterday, but I would just as soon never participate in something like this. I'm someone that likes to stay out of the public image like that. I would choose a different way, but that's just me. I'm different than these folks. Okay.
Well, that's why I decided not to run for president next time around. So.
Yeah. There you go. That's probably a good decision. I'm with you on that one. Okay, Mark, what do you got for us here today? What do you want to start with? I'm sure we can ask the group here for some charts, but what are you looking at?
All right, let me share over here.
Perfect.
And I guess, we got to start with Tesla, right?
I think that would do for me.
Well, anyway, once again, we can just see stocks that have important price levels. So we first got resistance around 360 back here in November, and then again in February. So the stock is rallying, and where does it find resistance? The same level that was resistance before. If you're trading and something's going up and you're wondering where you should sell it, well, a lot of times when you get to a level that had been resistance before, there's resistance again. So there's an old Wall Street saying, sell at former peaks. And the reason why people say that is because of buyer's remorse. There are people who bought up here who regretted doing so, and they held on to their losing positions, and they said to themselves, if I can ever get out of this at break even, I'm going to. So when it finally gets back up there, you get enough remorseful. If you get enough remorseful buyers from here placing sell orders here, the level that was resistance can become resistance again. So then we go into this big sell-off yesterday, which I don't know why. I think that the market is just so strong that money is coming out of these some certain names like this to go into other places. There was a day this week, I think it was Tuesday or maybe it was Wednesday, I'm not sure. 80 stocks in the S&P 500 made all-time highs. And the S&P 500 held up yesterday. Above an important price level. It didn't really move much. But when you had Palantir and Tesla down so much, and the S&P, Palantir and Tesla are, a good part of the S&P 500. And for them to be down so much and the S&P to be holding in, to me, in terms of the S&P, that's what we would call good action. It's like something you really can't quantify. But anyway, so Tesla goes into this sell-off yesterday after it breaks this support level here. And where do we find support? At just some random price? And the answer is no, right around where there had been resistance. So people who sold regret selling when the price goes higher. And a lot of them say to themselves, if I could ever buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I will. So we get into a sell-off. Where do we find support? The same level that was resistance. I think that, Tesla's going to rebound. I think it was overdone. I think the same thing with Palantir. It was Palantir.
You got it. It's right there.
Yeah. So the Palantir sell-off was overdone. I think, if once again, it found support. And if we look at the S&P, like I had just mentioned, when you have two of the biggest stocks in the market down so much, and this thing is kind of unchanged, still hanging and breaking out a little bit here, it looks like it's a sign of really good action. So, yeah, I think we're in a bull market. I think, Microsoft is the biggest stock in the market. It's trading at all-time highs. And I talked to a lot of people, and a lot of people are still really bearish. And I just don't get it. If you were on a desert island and you didn't see the news, and I went to you and I said, hey, Ryan, the Microsoft is the biggest stock in the market and it's trading at the highest level it's ever been at. Would you be bearish? Would you think that the market is bad? And I think the answer
assumption, I'll answer you. My assumption off that, Mark, would be, well, if the best stock in the market is at all-time highs and doing well, I would expect a lot of other stuff to be doing well, and I would need a tremendous amount of other information in order to be bearish. So no, by default, I think I would be bullish.
Yeah. So I guess we should just sit back and enjoy it. What else are we going to do, right? I think a lot of people that I talk to, especially like newer people, they think that the market is should be like this 1-to-1 correlation, which
Mhm.
with whatever news is coming out or whatever. And a lot of times it's not. It's the market is not finance. The market is not math. The market is psychology,
Yeah,
right? And that's the way that we need
really
to
well
look at
said.
it. Yeah. So I can answer some questions if anyone wants, or we can just go through some stuff here. Let's
Yeah,
look at a
I'd love to. My suggest. It sounds like you've got one. You can go with it. My first suggestion here would be Lulu. I just finished taking a look at that. It looks like that's trading into a pretty significant support area, and I'm wondering if we see a run off that area.
so what is it like tights with pockets? It seems just so simple. And why didn't I come up with
Yeah,
that?
no. So what's funny, Mark, is that the product itself. Especially when I first started to wear the product, I was like, wow, like I see what the hype is, and my first thought was like, it was exactly what you just said. How come I didn't think about this? I'm all about comfort. Why didn't I have the idea to have this new material and make these awesome pants? I'm with you on that one. I wish this was my brainchild.
So where is it trading this morning? Is it trading?
Sorry, I took that off my screen for a sec. Sorry about that. Lululemon current price 267.47. So it's
Wow.
all the way down where that little dot is. You've got that price level there.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see that. Well, I think pretty much the obvious thing to do here is to just look at the former bottom. So let's call it 245. A lot of times when a market sells off, if it gets to a price level that was a bottom before, it becomes a bottom again. And that's because, again, psychology. There are people who sold here who regret doing so when the price goes higher. Or I should say, regretted doing so when the price went higher. And a lot of those people are telling themselves, hey, if this stock gets back down to where I can buy it back at the same price I sold it at, I'm going to. So if this thing keeps going down, I'm going to be looking for a reversal down around 245, 250 or so. So very common thing in the
Mhm.
markets. You can even see it right here, right? Where did we find support? At the level that was support before. Let's go back a little bit. Yeah, so to 245, that's an important level for this stock. If it gets there, that's where I look for a reversal.
Yeah,
So I think
240.
Tesla's going to reverse, Palantir is going to reverse. I don't think I would do anything here yet. I'd probably let it go down a little bit more, but I would definitely keep it on the radar screen.
Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay, folks out there, are there any stocks that you would like Mark to take a look at? We've got time here today. And by the way, it actually looks like the S&P futures here are continuing. Yes, they are continuing to extend their pre-market gains. Here we're actually at 598-ish on the SPY. So really good stuff there. Folks, let me know, what stocks do you want Mark to take a look at? Mark, we can start here with silver while folks put their tickers in the chat.
Yeah, silver is breaking out, and one some of these European defense stocks are going nuts. Now, I was speaking to someone who lives in the Netherlands yesterday, and she was saying how I couldn't really understand her, so she has kind of broken English.
Mhm.
But I think that what she was saying is that a lot of these European countries, they pay 3% for defense, and basically Trump said we're not going to help you guys anymore. So a lot of these places are jacking up from 3% to 5%, and one of the things that I didn't know is that silver is a very big component in a lot of weapons. So this person was thinking that maybe the reason why silver is
Hmm.
trading so high and kind of outperforming gold is because it's going into these weapons. And if you look at, I mean, and not that it's a foreign stock, but if you look at General Electric, I mean, there's a lot of stocks in European defense, like Rolls Royce, a bunch of other ones, that the charts look like this. I mean, that's just like a monster chart. I mean, it's at an all-time high, and the trend is your friend. As long as it's in an uptrend, you got to stay with it and don't try to pick the high. You could even do something as simple as, all right, I'm in General Electric. This thing is ripping. I'm going to draw a trend line in there, and as long as it's above this trend line, I'm going to stay in it. But yeah, I mean, there's some pretty significant strength going on in different parts of the market. The industrial sector, which these defense companies are part of,
Mhm.
is really kind of, you know, on the verge or on the cusp of a breakout here.
Boy, that chart right there sure looks like that wants to trade above 144.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Look at
we're
that.
right there. And
Yeah.
this is a little, your little bit of an ascending triangle pattern is forming here. And a lot of patterns I don't really pay attention to, but the thing about this is think about what this illustrates, right? The sellers have been willing to hang out at like 144, 145 or whatever. And they're like, all right, well, if the buyers come to me, I'll sell, but if not, I don't really care. At the same time, the buyers are getting more aggressive. They're coming in the market at higher prices. And you can tell that because this low here formed at a higher level than this low here. Markets go in peaks and valleys. And when the valley
Mhm.
forms at a higher price than the prior valley, we say it's a higher low. So this is an illustration. The ascending triangle is an illustration of basically complacent sellers and aggressive buyers. And in any market, if you get complacent sellers and aggressive buyers, it sets the stage for a move higher. So my guess is that this breaks out. And think about the stocks in this sector, right? Caterpillar, Deere.
Mhm.
People are very myopically focused a lot of times on the tech stocks or the Magnificent Seven,
Yep.
but there are 11 sectors in the market, and there are a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, I think it's easier to make money off the beaten path, especially if you're an options trader, because Tesla, Palantir, the stocks people love. I mean, the premiums on some of these stocks are huge. So if you think Tesla is going to move 10%, or you find some random stock in the industrial sector that you think is going to move 10%, from an options point of view, it's probably cheaper to get into the one that's in the industrial sector. So consumer staples have been doing okay. Um, yeah, so
Okay.
these are good times, I guess, the roaring 20s.
Okay, got a couple here for you. We're going to start just on your silver industrial thesis that you just wrapped up there. Let's start with ticker PAAS.
Ooh, interesting. That's one I'm not familiar with.
That's why I kind of jumped ahead with this one because this Pan American Silver, it looks like it's breaking out here. Lion suggested this one. Lion, I appreciate this suggestion. This is a little bit different than what we normally ask you about. So what do you see here in this chart?
Well, these things are going to just follow silver. If you're trading a commodity-based stock, it's really important to watch the commodity. But yeah, I mean, I think if silver keeps moving up a little bit, this is going to break out. And a breakout is, let's think about a breakout, right? A resistance level is a level where there's a lot of sell interest. It could be traders or investors, doesn't really matter. When you get to a resistance level, a lot of times the sellers start to get worried that they're going to get undercut, right? They know the buyers are going to go to whoever is willing to sell at the lowest price. So someone might be like, all right, well, I'm at 28.30. I'm going to go to 28.10. I don't want to miss out. The next person might say, like, wow, that person's at 28.10. I'm going to go to 28. And you get this snowball effect of sellers undercutting each other. And that's what drives the market down. When you get above a resistance level, we call that a breakout. And it tells us something. It tells us that the people who created the resistance with their sell orders have left the market. They're either cancel their orders or maybe they finish their orders. But regardless, we got to remember that markets are driven by supply and demand. And if a lot of supply leaves the market, like the people that have sold or finished their orders or whatever, when the buyers come in, they have a hard time finding sellers. So they're forced to have to outbid each other and pay premiums to draw the sellers back in off of the sidelines. So this is why breakouts are considered bullish. And this to me looks like it's breaking out along with silver. So it's yeah, it's interesting to focus on different areas of the market other than Tesla and Nvidia and
Okay, well, sorry, but I'm going to ask you about Broadcom now, AVGO. It's not Tesla. It's not Tesla or Nvidia, but it is somewhat related there. They, of course, reported earnings as well. Broadcom actually initially traded down on those earnings, but the intraday chart to me looks like this might be viable for a move higher. Curious to see what you see in the chart here.
Where's it trading this morning?
So I think that's the price that you have right there, that 253.95. Let me bring up my chart here and confirm that for you 1 sec.
Yeah, that's 254 is the last trade.
Yep, that's it.
So this looks positive too because this is a breakout. Now, we had the resistance back here around 245, and then we got above it, and that tells us all the people that wanted to sell at 245 are gone. So we're coming back in a little bit this morning, but I mean, it's holding up and it's above this level. A lot of times when something breaks a resistance level, that resistance converts into a support level because the people that sold at the resistance, a lot of them regret doing so when the price goes higher and they tell themselves, man, if I can buy this back at the same price I sold them at, I will. So if it comes in a little bit and gets back down around 245, I think that's probably where you buy it. If you're long it, I think you just stay with it. I mean, I think the chart looks fine.
Okay. All right, cool. And if it comes back, maybe that's a potential swing area there. That is Broadcom. All right, good stuff. We'll stick along this. Tyler Katie asking, can you do Oracle, ticker ORCL?
All right, Oracle. Let's see.
171 here in the pre-market. Oh, excuse me. I beg your pardon. 173.50 in the pre-market. This is actually higher.
So pretty, if I was thinking about where would I sell this, former peak, right? You get to the resistance, and there's going to be people who bought here who are going to be trying to sell here. Now, let's think about this. A lot of times when we pick a target, a sell target, or even a buy target, it's because it's at an important price level. So when things get to important price levels, what do they typically do? Well, they typically don't stay at them. They typically either reverse or break through. So in a perfect world, and I know perfection is hard to find these days, but you go long this, if it gets up to 181 or so, up around here, that's where you sell it. And then you watch it, because there's a good chance it's either going to reverse or break out. So if it's going to break out, you get back in. If it's going to reverse, then you can get some exposure to that if you're an options trader by buying puts. But this is to me, it looks like pretty clear sailing between here and here. I don't really see a level where I think there's going to be a lot of resistance. We got important levels come when, but if a trend changes at a price level, it makes that level important. So you see, we're going up here, the trend changes. Like here, the trend changes. The trend changes. So this is what we want to look at when we're trying to figure out where stock is going to go. It's like, if we're getting to a price level where a trend had changed before, that makes the level important, and important levels tend to become important again. And you can see that right here in Oracle. We had this little peak back here in March, and then we broke through it and we reverted. And this was what I was just kind of referring to, is when we break resistance, if the resistance converts into support, like here, that sets the stage for the next move higher. And then you can just see, like, that's exactly what happened with Oracle. So that would be my thoughts on that. I mean, if I was in Oracle, I would stay in it. And if I wasn't, I would even consider getting into it because if the S&P breaks that resistance around 595, and it looks like it's going to, looks like pretty clear sailing for me, for another $10 or so till it gets up around there.
Okay. Okay. I got two more here I think I want to do. Let's start with IONQ, which is one of the quantum names. That's also been making those quantum names have been making some rounds. And part of me wonders if, with so much stuff going on elsewhere, if these quantum names are going to come back in. That's kind of one of the things that I'm watching. But anyway, what do you see here in the daily chart for IONQ?
Well, I mean, the stock is pretty volatile, but you can see again, right? It didn't find a peak here just by some random act of coincidence. It found a peak here because it was a peak back here. So we get this big move higher. We're selling off. And to me, it looks like this thing is going to find support, like kind of right around here. Remember, there's people who sold at the open here. Most volume trades on the open and on the close. So this stock on this particular day opened right around here, around 34. So a lot of the people who sold around 34 are been watching this, and they're going to tell themselves, gee, if this gets back to around 34 or 35 or so, I'm going to buy my shares back. So I think that this is not there yet, but it's in a downtrend, and it's getting close to a level where I think it's going to reverse.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I screwed up. I got to ask you about two more, but we can do them quick here if you want. First one is going to be ticker B. B as in boy. I believe this is Barrick.
So this is a gold miner, I believe, right?
I believe that's correct. And
Yeah.
they used to have a different ticker, I thought, too. Let me just confirm this here for you real quick.
It used to be gold, right? It wasn't B Barnes Group.
Based in Toronto, Barrick Gold is one of the world's largest gold miners. So it looks like we did have a ticker readjustment there. That's what's going on. But this is indeed Barrick.
Okay, cool. Well, this again is gonna follow gold, and this chart looks actually pretty similar to gold. And there's there's some legislation going on where banks, if they have gold, they were only able to, I don't know about the exact numbers, but I think they were only able to use it as collateral to lend half of it. In other words, if they had $100 million in gold, they could loan 50 million. But they're changing the laws. So now it's going to be that they can lend 100%. So if a bank has $100 million in gold in its vaults, it can lend $100 million in currency or cash to people. And that's one of the reasons why gold has been bullish. And I mean, it looks to me like it's not as strong as silver now, but it's getting kind of close to where it's going to be breaking out and at all-time highs.
Okay. All right. This chart right here. This actually looks like a breakout. Excuse me. Breakup. Got the Twitter drama on my mind, I guess. 3D, appreciate you bringing this up here. James saying, that's where Barrick went. Yes, those ticker changes can be pesky. There's no doubt about it. Last one here. I want to ask you about NBIS. This is a recent AI name, and this has, I think, a fairly interesting daily chart. So I'd love to get your breakdown on it. Looks like we're coming right back into a level.
Nebulous.
Yeah. Now, first things first here on your chart, see that big gap down at the end of 22 and 23? You can ignore everything to the left because this was a previous ticker that we're pulling the chart history for. This ticker, yep, right there. This ticker pretty much starts right there.
Okay. Yeah. Again, we see these same principles. We have, so we got to a level that was resistance. Oh, there we go. And it became resistance again. So let me just kind of clean this up a little bit here. Now, this looks a little bit overbought, and it's at a former resistance level. So I would expect some type of selling or profit taking, because when you're overbought, that means you're trading above what would be your typical or normal trading range. And a lot of trading strategies are based on the concept of reversion to the mean. So if something gets overbought, that's going to draw sellers into the market, and they could put pressure on it, and it could be like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a resistance level, which is a price level where there's a lot of sell interest. So the combination of being at resistance and overbought usually sets the stage for some type of a reversion or a sell-off. So I would expect this to go probably back to like right around 41.5 or so, like right there.
Is that a buy spot then? You think you can try? Yeah. Okay.
That's where I would think. I wouldn't buy it now, but if it did come back to around, just let's call it 42, that's where I would get interested as a buyer.
Okay. Okay. You actually did that quicker. We've got 3 more minutes here. If you have it, it's up to you.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do TTD. This is one that we've taken a look at. It's actually made some different move here. I see multiple people, at least 3 people I know that are trading this outside of me. So let's take a look at the trade desk here. Look at this.
Yeah, so this is kind of just what we were talking about, right? We got overbought, got to a level where there's resistance coming in a little bit. Now here, I would be thinking, I'd probably be looking right there. I mean, this is where it closed yesterday, and I believe this is right kind of where it's trading this morning. So, this thing is at an important level here. It's like when you get to these important levels, it's like you're coming to like a fork in the road. You're going to go one way or the other. You're probably not going to hang out there for too long. I would get really interested on this if it looks like this support's going to break, because you got this gap down here.
Yeah.
Now, the old saying is gaps refill. And what that refers to is one of the main reasons we've seen, right, as we've seen why you get support is because you have remorseful sellers trying to buy stuff back. Now, in a situation like this where you gap, in other words, you close here, you open the next day here, there's no trading in here. So if there's no trading, there was no one who sold who's going to be trying to buy their shares back on the way down. So when you get areas where there's just no trading, there's like no vested interest. A lot of people just don't care. So if this breaks this support, there's a good chance this thing really drops right back down to around $60 or so pretty quickly, and that would refill the gap. So it's just a principle of markets, right? If you move quickly through price levels in one direction, and then eventually you reverse and get back through those same price levels going in the opposite direction, you can move quickly right back through them. So when people say gaps tend to refill, that's what they're referring to.
Yeah. Okay, Mark, really great stuff here. Thanks very much for all of the time. You got any big plans for the weekend?
Yeah, I'm going to be playing golf. Actually, how about
Let's
that?
go.
I'm
That's what I
back in.
wanted to
I'm back to
hear.
love with golf. I hated it last weekend, but now I'm back in love. So
Yeah, that's golf. That's how it goes. We had a gentleman, I believe yesterday, it was either yesterday or the day before, said to me, Ryan, I can't talk about golf right now because I shot the worst round of my life. And I said to him, yeah, I bet you're trying to get back out there. Then he said, yeah, I've got a time tomorrow. So that's just how it goes. That's what we do. The best thing to do is to get back out there. Mark, thanks very much for your time. Have a great weekend. All right.
okay, everyone. Yeah, thank you. I'll see
Take
you
care. We
all
will
next
see
week.
Mark next week. That is Mark Petrino. Let's go ahead now and bring on our TMZ lead correspondent, 13, and we'll see how he's doing here. I'm sorry, 13.
TMZ
lead correspondent. You got to break down all of the drama. We got people out here. We got people out here making songs out of this. Is this real life? Is it just fantasy? Caught in a landslide and escaped from reality. So look, we needed an update and a report here.
My man, I'm just a spectator on this. I was telling you yesterday, I'm just watching it and eating popcorn. This is
that right there, folks. That's what we call a pro. I was trying to set him up, and 13's like, "Oh hell no, I ain't taking that bait. Hell no."
This injects some volume and volatility into the market. So it was. And here's the thing: we were having some pretty boring days this week. We were trading underneath the average volume, and then all of a sudden we trade above average volume. What was the whole big thing that caused it? It was two billionaires fighting over
billionaires. I think that's really clever. All right. Good morning. What do you want to start with? You want to just get these movers out of the way and then
get them out of the way.
Take charts from people? Okay, Let's do it. I know I ask you the same question every morning, but I just figure in case something came up, maybe there's something that you want to bump up in the priority, so it's polite to ask. But let's go ahead and hit those movers here. We'll start with Vero. I actually think, weren't some of you already talking about this here? Maybe some of you are already trading this. Here's your Vero chart. This is Venus Concepts. Venus Concept to sell Venus Air business to Meta Healthcare for $20 million in an all-cash deal to boost balance sheet and growth plans. So there you go. Impulse move here sent us up to 425. The reversion back to the VWAP, and then the back and forth trading there ended up resolving higher here. Looks like 450 is going to be your resistance area, with 390 being your current VWAP spot. Quick look around the horn here on the short interest, 6.78% of the float shorted there. That also is accompanied by 1 day to cover, and all of that happens on an average volume of 1.1 million. Today we've traded 28 million shares. The float here, just about a million, actually just a little bit less at 950,000. So pretty low, and can definitely make a huge move. Looks like we just had a post as I was talking there. Venus Concept shares are trading lower after the company announced it entered into a definitive agreement to sell its Venus Air business to Meta Healthcare Group.
Lower off what, the high? I mean, this thing is still
that might have just been a mistake.
This thing is still trading up, so I don't know what they mean by lower, but it must have been out just shortly after there was an impulse move up. But anyway, let's worry about what this is going to end up doing once we open. So this company is selling their business for $20 million, as you said. That closes in the third quarter, so in less than a month, we'll be into that third quarter. And we could see a potential headline that Vero ended up selling that business, and the transaction is closed. Now, they also have their earnings report in August. So something to watch for if you're going to be paying closer attention to this is whether or not we close before that earnings report. Because if they do close before it, then we are going to want to see all kinds of information about what comes next for the company. Now, being that this is a penny stock and that it doesn't, it's not a big company that's going to pay dividends or anything, it may not be worth our while to follow something like that. But I'm just saying, if this is interesting to you, that's what you'd want to do, is keep an eye on what happens with the earnings report and when this company closes their hair business being sold. Company does need cash, but this sale helps that. So that's kind of the reason why I'm, kind of flagging that August earnings report. 494,000 shares in the float. This thing makes it real easy to push around, and that has been happening so far this morning. But right now, I'm a little bit concerned about the formation that we have here. Since the impulse move that happened around 7:30 this morning, it's been trading into a rising wedge. These are bearish. So it's great that we're still above VWAP, but if you want to draw like a trend line on the top and the bottom of all the price action since the impulse move, you'll see the wedge I'm talking about. We can then end up falling out of these. And looking at the MACD, it looks like we might be headed towards the bottom of the wedge in short order here. So keep an eye on this. If we do end up losing this trend line, I think we're gonna have to just be patient and wait. Maybe not even trade this, because if it falls out of this wedge, it's gonna go down probably to $3.
Okay. Really specific stuff there. I'll take it. Here are your trend lines. We'll take a look at those. By the way, they did correct that headline. It looks like here. Looks like that was just a mistake. Trading higher. Yeah, that looks like that was just a mistake there on all of that. Good morning, folks. Jeff, good morning. Welcome. Fairchild, great to see you again. Beach Bum, good as always. Jay, good morning. It's great to see you again. Smoked Tuna, good morning. Good to see you again as well. Or Alpha, good morning. Or Alpha, Ryan with the James Dean vibe today. James Dean was a stud, so I'll take that. Not sure what you mean, but cool.
Another one taking this from us too soon.
Way to bring us down from that. All right. Next here is going to be KNW. This is No Labs. I almost wanted to call this Crow Labs here. Looks like this is moving. I understand if you don't have anything prepared on this. I think this is moving just in the moment. Yeah, in the moment right here. This was a penny stock. Looks like it was 51 cents. Now breaking above $1 here. Looks like it stalled out there about $1.77. See if we have any news on this. Indeed, we do. Greg Kidd to acquire controlling interest in No Labs to introduce Bitcoin treasury strategy. Day trader, we're going to click the watch list button, and then we're going to go BTC treasury to add. We're going to keep doing that the more we see of these. This is awesome. Thanks again for just being awesome. No Labs to be acquired by GoldenEye 1995 LLC.
Stop it.
That's what it says.
So this is some kind of odd job.
This is indeed an odd job. I mean, this is going to be, I almost want to trade this just on general principle today.
Well, I mean, if it's being acquired, then we'd have to look and see if there's some kind of price attached to it. But this is going to probably go to a certain spot, and then it's kind of hang out there. If that's like an all cash transaction. So we just got this, so I don't know what's happening here, but other than it's getting picked up. And usually when something gets acquired, there's typically not a trade there unless the terms aren't disclosed. So I don't know what to make of this.
Under the terms of the agreement, the buyer will acquire the number of shares of the company's common stock obtained by dividing the sum of 1,000 Bitcoin and a cash sum to retire existing debt, redeem outstanding preferred equity, and provide additional working capital by the per share purchase price of 33.5 cents. The Bitcoin will be employed by the company's treasury strategy, providing investors with significant economic exposure to this highly attractive digital asset.
Sounds like they're being acquired for a math equation.
Well,
I mean, yeah, it just sounds like, hey, well, we're picking it up for this amount, but you have to do the math.
All right, this is an odd job. Now, don't forget, folks, no one's allowed to pick odd job because it gives you an unfair advantage. We're going to stick with the regular characters here. Anyway, KNW, this is going to be one of your tickers here today. Again, 177, your high print there. Let me see if they will go look around the horn here real quick. Okay, 6.58% of the float shorted here, 1 day to cover. On average, it trades just less than 1 million shares, 6.5 million float. Do you have anything? I know we just have one, basically 2 5-minute candles here. It looks like it's pulling back a little bit. Totally okay if you don't have anything. We just move on.
Yeah, I really don't. I would just be looking for some clarity on what they're getting picked up for exactly, because that's going to tell you how high this could go.
Yep. Indeed. Okay, next here is going to be EYEN Ionova. This is look at what the producer has done, folks.
It's entered the chat.
Dude, Odd Job has entered the chat. Be careful. Be sure to aim down. Otherwise, we're in big trouble. Producer, just 10 of 10 energy here this morning. I absolutely love it. Anyway, back to business here. EYEN, this is the stock that's moving. Stock explodes following an amended loan agreement terms. This really traded up to about $6 yesterday in the after hours. We've come in a little bit, but we are holding near the VWAP. So we'll see if we can actually get above that here. Let's see what's going on here. The move hires, the amendment effective May 30th modifies an existing agreement with lenders, including Avenue Capital Management, Avenue Venture Global Opportunities Fund, and Avenue Venture Opportunities. The original loan of up to $15 million included an option for lenders to convert up to $10 million of principal into Ionova common stock at $168 per share. There you go. I think that's the rub there. The Third Amendment introduces beneficial ownership limitation, preventing a lender from exercising the conversion option if they and affiliates would then be beneficiaries of over 9.99%. So they can convert this into stock at a cheaper price, but there's a limit based on how much they own. Interesting. I can't recall seeing this before, but that's what's going on here. However, lenders may request to increase this cap to 19.99, which would effectively be doubling it, with any such increase being effective 61 days after notifying the company. So there you go, ticker EYEN. A quick look around the horn here for some of the stats on this company. 2.06% of the float shorted on what, 1 day to cover there? Yep, indeed. And on average, trades 1.7 million shares. Today, we've traded 13, floats just under 3 at 2.8. What do you think?
Yep, so loan agreement terms appear to be really making this move. I didn't have a hold on this, but the company does need cash. So I don't know if the terms of the loan are going to help that at all, but it may just be that the balance sheet doesn't reflect that until they have their next earnings, which I didn't look and see when that is. That appears to be in August. So they just had their last earnings report on the 19th of May, which I think is after all these after this initial loan agreement that they had. Didn't double check that, but anyway, that's the reason why it's moving on. I think it was more interesting looking at the technicals because I am eyeing a trend line here. So if you take the highs that we got this morning at 624 and draw it through the highs at about 730, you can keep that going. We just are starting to move over that right now.
All right. So I think what you're saying is this one.
No, I'm sorry. No, that was it was after hours. The after hours high.
This one.
Yeah, I thought that was earlier this morning. Yep.
Boom.
Starting to break out. So once we open in the regular session, we could see this start to move up, and that's going to give us a $5 level. It'd be my next level here for the upside. So that's where I'd be looking at next for for profit taking the price target. After that, then you could eye 550 and then the pre-market high.
Yep. 550 in the after hours high yesterday. Okay. Sounds good. CA Forsman here. Honestly, who throws a shoe? Okay. Anyway, next here is going to be BJDX. This is Blue Jay Diagnostic. This, I feel like we've traded before.
Yep.
Okay. This popped in the after hours, popped again here in the pre-market, totally reversed up there at 3. We'll see if this comes back in. We did lose the VWAP there. Reported Wednesday, Blue Jay Diagnostic initiates one of its clinical studies. So it looks like this was actually news Wednesday. What time did that news come out on Wednesday? That was in the morning too. So it looks like we got a couple of forms here early morning. I'm not sure what's in those, but stocks moving higher here. 3.12% of the float shorted here. 1 day to cover on this. 1.2 million shares trade on average here. We traded 21.5 today. Floats 1.5. What do you think?
This one's tough because I was looking for a reason why this was moving, and I don't know that it was off the news from Wednesday because I looked at the price action on Wednesday and yesterday, and there was literally nothing going on all day. And the only movement that we had yesterday was in the after hours. So I'm not sure that it's. I mean, unless everybody in the world's coming at this thing late, I don't know that it's necessarily moving on the diagnostic initiation. I'm sorry, the study initiation. I think it may have more to do with this letter that they sent today, early in the morning, regarding the acceleration of the effectiveness of a registration statement, a Form S3. So that means that if they make that effective, that they don't have to continue to file new registration forms if they want to make an offering. They just would use that. So they have 1 quarter of cash. And I would think that based on this, that a capital raise is going to be coming. So I think with this one, we'd want to be careful with it because maybe we get something, some more news out of that, or the actual or a response from the exchange itself. I don't know, but this was a little bit of a red flag for me. So I think that there is going to be a capital raise coming based on their cash position and this letter. I just don't have a whole lot beyond that. I don't even know what registration they were referring to, unless it was back in April. I think it had to do with something on May 7th, but I didn't see anything on May 7th. So I'm not exactly sure what they're referring to. But just keep in mind that this company does need cash, and they're filing to do offerings. So there's going to be a capital raise coming at some point with this one.
Okay. Really good breakdown there, BJDX. Now, next here I have on the list is WBuy. This is WeBuy Global. This had an initial spike early in the morning to 720, pretty much round trip the entire move, and then spiked again on even more volume to the same area. Shares are trading higher here on no news. Thank you, producer, for this. Float 602,000, 10% short interest, 1 day to cover. So there's your look around the horn. No news here. This thing's just moving. Do you have anything on this?
I think this is one of those. This is a Singapore stock. So there you go. Be careful with this one. I think we have traded this one before. I don't remember how successful or how much of a failure this was, but very low float, easy to move around. Be careful. If it provides a setup, by all means, try and trade it. But if not, I'd pretty much stay away.
Okay, good stuff there. WBuy. Next here is going to be ticker Rent. This is Rent the Runway. Rent the Runway shares have traded higher after the company reported better than expected Q1 financial results and issued Q2 sales guidance above estimates. Stock did pop to 12, but that looked like that was just kind of a over exuberance a little bit as it came all the way back in. We tried to move above the VWAP after that, couldn't, but have since stopped here. Or excuse me, have stopped breaking down. So we'll see if we get another attempt at moving through the VWAP here. 9.63% of the float shorted there on 4.3 days to cover. So finally a different read there. On average, the stock trades 70,000 shares. Today, we haven't even traded a million yet, but we're still 10x. Float here is 3.24 million. What do you think?
Do you remember this one?
Rent? Yeah, I do actually. I can't remember what the significance was, but I do remember trading this one. Yes.
Last year, this thing went on one of those crazy runs.
Yep.
So this is the one that we had to caution people: be very careful with this one. This could get you trapped in it. Maybe there's still some folks that are holding the bag over 30. I don't mean their age. So this is the one to be very careful with as well. I don't know that their company is doing that much better than it was in 2024. This isn't something I covered too much. I just remember seeing this one. I remember trading this one. I remember that this was so volatile that it could end up getting people caught in it. So just be careful. It's the earnings report, great. They didn't lose as much money as expected. That's wonderful. But this is going to be one of those things where it may not hold up this price action at all. Or it could go on a run for a couple of days and then absolutely crater. So just be careful with this one is my big message for you.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on your big message there, Jay. Hate to see what they were expecting. They lost over $6 a share.
Yeah,
that is true. 658, as a matter of fact. So
they just didn't lose as much, Jay.
Thinking about it says rent is too damn high.
Yes, perfect.
There we go.
That's a great meme.
Okay. Also here, just really quickly, did you have anything else off this list that we didn't cover? I don't think so, right?
Just one thing, because I wrote a couple down. I didn't go too deep into them, but I just thought they were interesting. Like TGE, that just recently became a real company from merging with a traded company merging with a SPAC. So here we are with another SPAC on our hands here. This thing could end up trading off really well initially, and then we're going to go through an entire redemption process where it's going to trade like absolute ass for months, maybe years. So be careful with this one. Don't get caught in it.
Okay, good stuff. Anything else off this list, or do you want to start moving to some other stocks?
Let's go to other stuff.
Okay, reaching financial freedom. I know that you had asked me a number of times here about ticker SLS. I don't see what's going on here. I'll be honest, guys. If I can't figure out if the stock's not really moving, and there's really nothing going on here, probably not going to be something that we're trying to talk about right away. The stock looks like this had a PR yesterday, didn't really do a whole lot, traded up by about 2%. We're up a little bit here, really light volume. Take a look at the daily chart. We're basing. So you let me know what the catalyst is here that's going to take us away from where we're at. There is nothing going on here. This to me is a no trade. So if I'm missing something, you let me know.
I'll just say this about SLS. It does look like over the past couple of years, we are trying to, round off here and establish a bottom. That might have been around 50 cents. So the next level I'd be watching for to the upside is going to be $2. We tried to get over that earlier this year. Did print above there, but no closes. No closes above $2. So $2 is the big resistance area to get over here for SLS. That's what I'd be keeping an eye on.
Okay, beautiful. Now let's go to the chart tool. Let's take a look at stocks that you folks wanted to take a look at. I'll start here with APLD because these were some tickers that were suggested while Mark was on here, and we just couldn't get to them. So we'll start here with APLD. This thing we've looked at a lot recently. APLD here blasting off Applied Digital. Huge move recently, huge volume, totally overcooked here on the RSI. So realistically, I'd like this to come back in maybe 12 and a half bucks. To kind of hold in there. That might maybe set up for another move higher here. But let me know what you got, anything on APLD. Next upside level, 15 for sure. And then after that, I'm thinking probably somewhere here near 18, maybe even a little bit higher, 1850. What do you think here, APLD 13?
Well, it certainly looks to me like 15 is a level because back on this Wednesday, that was the high in the after hours. We went up to 1508. Have not been back there since, but that did give us a good start for a trend line that we have been trying to get over ever since. Tried to get over it yesterday, failed, went lower, and ended up going much lower in the after hours. But we did come down to a bit of a support area at 1130. That is about where the high was in the pre-market on Tuesday or Monday. I'm sorry. No, it was Tuesday. Pre-market Tuesday. So some of these past pre-market and after hours movements are providing some support and resistance levels. So next step is I'd be wanting to see a break of that trend line that we just talked about. And if we do get that, looks to me like 1350 could be about where the next area of resistance is. But when we break these trend lines, we tend to go on a bit of a run. 1350 is the next level, followed by 1450, and then of course the after hours high on Wednesday, 1508. Don't know what's going to be the catalyst that gets us there, but it is coming off of that 1130 level from yesterday. It's been rising all morning, so I would just be watching for this breakout here. I do think that this stock is extended on the daily still.
Yeah,
with over 81 RSI. So if we do get any kind of breakout, folks, this would be something I'd probably end up selling into on any breakout at any point. So because I still think it's extended and it's going to have to come back in. That's just my opinion. You trade it how you like.
Okay, good stuff there. APLD. Next here is going to be JP Morgan. Here's your look at JP Morgan. This also really just a great move when it recaptured that 200 and continued to move to the highs. I don't think we have anything pressing here. I did notice that Goldman Sachs is trading higher here this morning. JPM also up by about 1.25%. Actually, this looks very similar to the Goldman Sachs chart there. I do think that this 266, 267 level is going to be some resistance for today. We'll see if we can get above that. I do have, let's see, the top of this candle here, 269 and a half, maybe 270. And then, of course, we have these all-time highs up here at 280. JPM, this is best in breed for some of those banks or for some of the consumer banks here. This is, of course, described as a fortress by Mr. Kramer. Super strong stock, great long-term hold here. You got anything here on JPM chart-wise?
Yeah, you could draw a trend line from the February 19th high through the high of May 15th and just keep it going. So we're coming up to this trend line and trying to break through it. The thing that's concerning me right now as a JPM owner is that we're looking at another day where we're opening, we're going to open beneath the 20-day SMA. I think that's what it looks like we're back over it in the pre-market. So that's the thing I'd be watching for is what happens with this 20-day SMA, because we did close beneath it yesterday. It looks like we are trying to get back, we are back above it now, but if we do close beneath it tomorrow, that's 2 closes beneath the 20-day SMA. That's what happens today. And I'd be getting a little bit more concerned about the price coming back down. after losing that moving average. Alternatively, if we do hold above that, I'd be anticipating a breakout of this trend line that we just drew.
Okay. Really good stuff. We'll see which one we get there. Last one on that list here was Cell H. This is Celsius. This one also still looking pretty good. This actually looks like this wants to push higher. I honestly, to my eye here, this sure looks like this wants to make a move towards that $50 area, that $49 area, which is where the 500-day was. If you recall, the last couple of weeks and months, Crow has been saying that this is a $40 stock, or that this stock is going to 40, and it did several times. So good stuff there, Crow. Maybe we can get a breakout from this level and try to move up another 10 handles here. What do you think on Celsius?
Got a golden cross in this one at the end of April, and that comes after we had the death cross back in July of last year. So that's been a pretty decent amount of time, for that to go on. So if we are going to, return to the upside here after this golden cross, I think that's certainly possible. It looks like we're going to come back up and at least test what is this 45. But I have this consolidation channel that I got marked off here from some past discussion on this. That's going to be that range is going to be from 45.35 to 50 and 50.25. So that's the range I've got marked off here for some reason, but it looks like it comes from the June consolidation in 2023. Yeah,
that's exactly what it looks like.
So that's and interestingly enough, the 500-day SMA is right up there at 49.07. So I'm certainly eyeing this consolidation area as the next area that it goes to. I'm pretty confident that this is going to end up entering that consolidation area. I couldn't give you a timeline on how quickly that happens, but it just looks like we're headed there. Like the RSI is not overcooked. We're coming off a golden cross. 20-day, 50-day SMAs are still rising. It looks like we're headed towards 45 to 50 to me.
Okay. All right. Real good stuff there. That's exactly what it looks like to me. Okay. Good breakdown there. You guys are talking about TTD, the trade desk. We actually asked Mark about that too. I am still in this one here. Jay hitting this. TTD yesterday was weak. It actually plunged midday yesterday, attributed to Amazon taking ad revenue. We'll see if that turns around. Now, looking inside here at the trade desk, we got that piece of news, really sunk this. This trade is in trouble here. We'll see what happens. At least mine is. I did add again, just to kind of lower my cost basis. We're trading up here in the pre-market. We'll see if we get anything. Otherwise, might just have to cut and run here. I added small. It's options. It's not the end of the world, but this is what's going on with the trade desk here. And honestly, really kind of bad timing for that news to come out. It looked like we were really going to push above that 100 and then maybe make a move at this 500 and 200, which are both in the gap. This is part of the thing that I was playing for here on the trade desk. Now it looks like we're breaking down. If we break, we had asked Mark about this earlier. I have the exact same viewpoint as him. If we break this 70 spot, this is for sure filling the gap to the downside to 60. So there you go. That is the trade desk. What else do you folks want to take a look at? Yeah,
I actually like 69. Just not joking. I like 69 as the breakdown level better. Reason being is that
98 is the actual low. Okay.
Well, yeah, because once we get through that, we're entering a gap territory that could absolutely take us down to the 50-day SMA, which is about where the high is of the candle that we're trying to gap fill. The close is actually slightly lower at 59.90, so you can even call it 60 if you want. But I would just say this: if we lose 69, we're going to 60. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I'm with you there. 69, 70, whatever it is. Yeah. If we lose that level down there, I think you're right. I think 60 is for sure coming. Okay. You guys are mentioning Circle. We already took a look at Circle here today. Is it moving any more now? No, it's really holding the same area. We covered this earlier here, folks. We took a look at this one. I don't want to spend too much time on it. CoreWeave also got asked about. I'm going to turn this one over to 13 because he's got a victory lap to do here. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens going forward here. But 13, I love this. You stuck your neck out Humphrey Bogart style and made a call on happy hour that right here, 163, 165 was the top. And look at what has happened since. What do you think here on CoreWeave, ticker CRWV?
Big move down yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, okay, it looks like we are trading a bit back up after that move down. That was, kind of an overdone move. But how extended this thing has been, it does need to come down. Would have liked to see a more, steady approach to the downside, but not so much the massive sell-off. I mean, we were joking in happy hour about how this had a worse day than Tesla, and they're not, arguing with the president. So you take that for what it is. What I'd be watching for is, let's see here. I think I'd be watching for a loss of 140 at this stage. If we can hold above 140, there may be some more upside to go. But if this does lose 140, I think that we are going to continue to go lower, maybe even start to close lower than yesterday. So that's all I'm going to say with this one. Great that we finally got some selling on this thing, but as we've seen before, we have had this sell off in May, only to rip to new all-time highs. So
okay.
Here we are. We're open.
We're open. Let's see how today shakes out. We're going to have more or less drama than yesterday is the question.
If we have more drama, then we should have some good trading today.
Yeah, you got that right.
I'll say that much. All right, what's looking good here? So
TSLL is looking good here. That is up 100%, 124% from my buy yesterday. So we are looking to close here, folks. I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, so we got looks like some selling of Tesla out of the gate there since you're bringing that up. Vero looks like we started to fall out of that wedge, but the buyer stepped in and brought it back up. So not falling out of it quite yet. Defenders defending the downside. BJDX, we're down to the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. Looks like we're getting pretty close to making a decision on whether or not this is going to fall through or not. There are a couple
sold to close. TSLL calls that expired today, 135%. That was easy pickings overnight. We are 1 for 1 on the trades. That wasn't a day trade that held it overnight, but we are out that early here. Still have the SQQQ puts. Those are printing as well. Would like to see that continue to fall here. So I'm going to be looking to trim some of that up too. This is a very good start to the day here.
Smoke Tuna is watching CLSK and Riot. So we did have a big pull in Bitcoin yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
How's Bitcoin looking this morning? Because
right back to 104.5 on the futures.
Then guess what, folks? That's why Smoke Tuna is the G, because he is looking at the right things. Look at all that. I mean, Mara could be another one to watch for, or I think what else? MSTR would be another one. Coin. And look at Tesla now. We're ripping over 300.
There we go.
All right, and so is Vero. So Vero getting defended, that the bottom of part of the trend line defended. We don't want to fall out of this rising wedge because that would be bad for the price action. It's going to happen at some point, but I guess not right now is not the case. I am getting support from its 200 EMA, trying to turn around as well and recapture that VWAP. What else do we have going on here? Looks like Rocket Lab, now that all that talk about the Dragon capsule, getting walked back is leading to all the SpaceX competitors to, selling. NBIS, this thing is approaching some of these pre-market highs, unless this is after hours. Yeah, after hours high. For 47.26. It's where it's at, and it's going to try and come up to that and break through it. And if it does, I think it might go to 47.75.
All right, just peeled half of the SQQQ trade from overnight, booked gains. That was up 50%. I'm going to hold a trailer on that one.
APLD.
Put a little trim in here. Okay, APLD.
Breaking over the trend line.
Boop.
Did you have a trend line for that?
Yeah, I did. I did it on my movers tool. Okay. So let me redo it here. You basically had it from this high through this right to the trend line, and we are breaking through it right now. That's it, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good stuff there. Tesla, I'm actually seeing calls on both sides of this. Price now pulling. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to. I knew there was going to be volatility there, and that was an overnight trade. And with 0 DTEs, those are going to change fast. So glad we did that. All right, let me put the size filter on here for the option flow. We'll take a look at that. Seeing Broadcom puts here this morning, AVGO puts. That's going lower. Watch Broadcom here at 247.
Good.
Anne Marie says, I suck so bad at trend lines. Well, Anne Marie, you're amazing at pretty much everything else, and you're in the right spot because the trend lines on this show have been out of control good. So I'm sure we can raise the tide for everybody here.
Yeah, don't worry, Anne Marie. God doesn't usually give with both hands, but I think he made an exception in your case.
That was very nice.
Crow in Ian, $5. He's looking at, so let me see. So he's looking for 5. That was the last resistance area we were coming up to in the pre-market here before we went lower. So,
W buy, Izzy, grats to you on that W buy. This made a huge push right there in the pre-market. Actually looks like it's bouncing off of VWAP here in the regular session. We'll see if that goes higher as well. Yep.
Just be careful. It's could be one of those box job companies. I know that there's like a treasury angle to it, but it comes from Singapore. I'm just flagging some caution. NBIS popped up to 47.37 out of the gate here, pulling a little bit. Still looking for, what is this? 47.75. Pull out of the gate to IN with a 200. Sorry if that got anybody hurt, but it looks like it's now trying to trade over this trend line, although the volume isn't that great. You'd want to see more of a breakout over this trend line than what we're getting here. So not too confident with this weakness. Maybe we're just needing to be patient. We'll see some volume in a little bit, but I'm not jumping into this one yet. BJDX, this thing going lower.
Sorry that I had to check my phone there. I just got news that I am playing one of the premier golf courses around here next Friday. Cannot wait for that.
APLD, we're on a run now, hitting 14.
That trend line break was it. Congrats, Kathy, on the W buy scalp. Nice. There. Boom, boom, boom.
We could start to get some resistance around 1420, but I still see the possibility of this running into 1450 before we start pulling.
Okay. Around here, I don't see anything else on the Twitter. I tell you what, I felt there was a point yesterday where I felt like if I looked away from Twitter for 1 second, I was going to miss something important. Seems like it's slowing down here. How's Circle doing right out of the open? Okay, so that's still kind of holding in there.
That's a great question from Reaching Financial Freedom.
Yeah, this was an easy one. This was an easy one for me. It's going to rub some people the wrong way here, but I will absolutely tell you. Really kind of just a couple of things. Going back to Warren Buffett's or whoever originally said this, when there's blood in the streets, you buy. The move down in Tesla yesterday was extreme. Also, there was a lot of this little spat that felt manufactured, as I kind of covered here this morning in the open. Political theater, as coined by 3D, which I completely agree with. It just felt like, you know what, this is an overreaction and we're going to get a regression back to the mean real quick. And the calls that, because this happened on a Thursday, the calls that expired today, extremely cheap, and the range was great. Even if we snapped back 50%, I was going to be able to pick up calls that were less than 50 cents and have a chance of making over 100%. And that's exactly what I did. I've said it a number of times before, folks, the mainstream media, they're not your friends. I don't know what to tell you. What happened?
Vero, there it is.
You tried to get me to stop. There is what you tried to do. I'll put Vero on screen here. The mainstream media is not your friends. And when they're reporting all of this stuff that's going on, to me, it was just, this is a dislocation here, and I'm going to try and capture that repricing move. So this was just basically a contrarian trade reaching financial freedom, and it banked.
Yeah, so there's the
3D. That is good golf news. You folks are all nice to me. Thank you, 3D.
Yeah, there's the falling out of that rising wedge I was talking about. So I don't know that this is going to get back in it. I think this is headed towards the 65 EMA next.
FCell is spiking. Is this on earnings? What's going on here, FCell? Yep, this looks like this is.
Oh, gosh.
So the most recent line here, Fuel Cell to cut 22% of its staff in a bid to lower annual expenses by 30%. You know what? That might have been an article prior to the print, though.
And there is APLD hitting 1450 and more.
So fuel cell mixed report there. This is ripping though. No trade on this one.
APLD, I'd be they're starting to try to lock it back down, but I think this is going to rip to 15. Yeah.
Unreal on this one. I might just leave this up here.
All right, so that's those. Okay, so now I'm waiting to see if IN is going to end up doing anything, because this was another trend line that I've been kind of waiting for a breakout to occur, and we have not gotten that yet. So this is the next one that's going to have to do it, because I don't know that we're going to get anything out of BJDX. I mean, we could, but it's not showing me signs of that quite yet. APLD, that was fantastic. 1492 is the current high, so just shy of the 15 we're looking for. Rocket Lab getting a really nice bounce here off of after selling off out of the open. 2635 was the low, trying to hold above VWAP at this stage.
Let me ask you. Sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought. Finish your thought, but let me ask you about Rocket Lab.
Ask me about Rocket Lab.
Okay, so this spiked yesterday on the possible decommissioning of the Dragon spacecraft that Elon Musk tweeted about during the spat.
I don't think it was specifically that, but it was this whole idea that where SpaceX is going to start losing contracts, or there was going to be.
Okay.
It was taking the competitor angle from SpaceX.
Okay, so how do we play this going forward? Is this something where we kind of monitor the spat to see are we going to trade some of the barbs that are thrown back and forth? Do we pick a position early? What's the way that we actually trade this concept that we're seeing unfold in front of us?
So the big thing that Rocket Lab is going to be announcing later this year, or they're going to be trying to get approved after testing, is their Neutron rocket. This is going to be the rocket that is the competitor to the Falcon 9 for SpaceX.
Okay.
So when that starts, passing its tests, and we're seeing that it's going to actually get utilized by Rocket Lab to generate revenue and get past all the testing phases, which is they're trying to make that all happen this year. That's when I think Rocket Lab's going to start doing really well. But until then, they're just relying on their Electron rocket, which is much smaller, sends much smaller payloads into space, launches out of their New Zealand launch pad. And I also think they have some that launch out of the Virginia U.S. government pad as well. But I think the way to play Rocket Lab after this news is just wait and see what we end up getting with that Neutron rocket. That is going to be the big, thing that has to happen for the company.
Okay, real good stuff there. Real good stuff there. I might start paying more attention to some of those headlines there. I think there's going to be more than just these trades that are going on. I think this is going to be short-lived. Take care of yourself, Gil Whopper. Well, you said you called something earlier. I can't remember what stock it was, but congrats. Enjoy your weekend, boss. Enjoy your weekend.
I think he was mentioning Barrow.
Vero. Okay. Well, no wonder he's done, because this thing ripped. Yep. no wonder.
And there's APLD hitting 15.
How about that? Almost like we called that. Almost like we identified that level based off the chart, and then it hit. Amazing.
We're doing something right, I think.
Amazing stuff. Ondis, I'm seeing trading up here too. That's good. Maybe I'll get another opportunity to sell some more here today. SPY 600. What a rip on the SPY.
Iron is dirty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to swear. It popped up to 483 and then said thank you and then knifed.
Ion cute.
Ion, no, Ion like
EYEN. EYEN. Sorry, that's.
No, that's my speech getting in the way of the ticker. But anyway, yeah, Ion. EY.
We got the Anne Marie peak above level, and then the pull. So it peaked above, didn't like what it saw, said, "I'm out of here." Reversed.
So that one, not great, but I don't know that we're going to necessarily be done with this one. This is the one that had the loan agreement, so I don't know if that's going to, we'll see a return of this later. But as we've seen before, some of these names do come back, so be careful. I'm sorry, not be careful. Just be patient if you're still looking to trade this one. There might be some other things that are better to trade anyway, like APLD, which hit 1506, just 2 cents shy of the after hours high on Wednesday. Now we're getting a little bit of pullback here, and as long as we still hold generally above VWAP, this may set up to go higher. But for now, hopefully nobody's in this, and if you are, you're probably thinking that this still has more room to run.
Ooh, day trader, I missed this. Thank you for alerting me. I missed this. I do like your charting, by the way. This is good. I will check this out later. Thank you for mentioning this. Good stuff. Appreciate that. By the way, can we smash up the like and get some flowers, credit, positive vibes here for Anne Marie, who not long ago just said that the indices are squeezing. I literally look away from the screen at some individual names, look back at the indices, and we are going from 6 to midnight here.
Wow.
This thing just straight up. Anne Marie, unbelievable. This is exactly what we're seeing here. 600 now, 650, excuse me, 600.50. Good Lord. Looks like this is going to get tested here.
Our Alpha, you watch yourself. You be careful. I see what you're trying to do there. You be careful. Trying to bring that filth on here.
Whoa. Everyone simmer down here. Yeah, not 100 likes, guys. We need some more likes here. Just on general principle, we got 13 chart and everything. We got Anne Marie calling what's going to happen before it happens. We got Jay Rice breaking stuff down. We got the entire community coming up with ideas here. We got green on the screen everywhere. We got drama fighting. And I mean, come on, this week, more. MOAR. Let's do it. W buy back at the pre-market high. Is this going to pop and go? Look at the volume is still continuing to expand here on W buy.
NBIS hit 47.98. So this thing's still going. This is trying to break over this trend line again that we had yesterday. This trend line I drew from the 22 February 16th high through the February 18th, 2025 high, and that's basically established my my trend line there.
Which ticker?
This is NBIS.
Oh, I was going to say, I was like, those don't exist here on W buy, but you were talking about a completely different stock, and I have that already.
No, that's great too.
I think you have this one.
Yes.
Never mind.
No, because I think the one you had there indicated the earlier breakout. Now this is like a secondary,
Izzy, you did say NBIS, and you brought this up here for Mark earlier. Remember, Mark said he wanted this to come back in a little bit before he'd be looking to take that. God, what a good morning. That SQQQ continuing to pay here. I peeled some of that right off the open, but lower we go here. I'm in the 22.5 calls that expired today.
All right.
The medic gets out and he's like, oh my God, this is awesome. What a day.
Because you want to save a few dollars.
You know what? I might actually watch that movie tonight just because it is so darn good. I'm going to have wine tonight. That might be sweet. That might be sweet. All right, I'm going to try and close this SQQQ position here, 50 cents. I bought those contracts for 20 cents. So we'll see if we can close that position up and be done with it here today. Got a lot of winning going on right now.
Vero back testing that rising wedge. Now, if it does get back up to that rising wedge, that's going to be resistance trend line. And we also have the VWAP that's in the way. So I don't think this is going to end up getting back into the wedge that we identified. But if it does, it's going to come on in some pretty big volume. So watch for a volume expansion to validate that idea that this is going to back test and get rejected.
Okay. Take a look here at SOUN. Smoke Tuna is mentioning this. Someone else mentioned this here this morning. Soundhound is trading higher here. Izzy's scalping Amazon. Water is wet.
Yeah.
And this DTCK, guys, just so you know, every time that you guys bring this up or you folks bring this up, I misread it. And I won't talk about what I misread it, but I misread it, and I think you folks are joking around. Nonetheless, here, this is a penny stock that has turned into dollar land. It's doing its absolute best to hold on to dollar territory here.
Soundhound, I think this could certainly pop up to 10, but once it does, be cautious of a quick pullback. This thing is on a smaller time frame, like a 5-minute, is pretty extended, and I see resistance at $10. So just be careful of a pull coming.
Now, yesterday when we traded above 10, we actually dipped and we recaptured it. We went to 10.10 before rolling over again. That's when the real selling started. It must have just been with the market here. Market here, by the way, doing its best to hold on to 600 on the SPY. Breath green across the board. And we actually started the open with the highest tick of the day at 1301.
feel like things kind of really okay. NBIS looking for 48. It just tapped 47.98 not that long ago, trying to get over that trend line that we just drew. And APLD still holding above VWAP, but volume is kind of drifting away here.
NBIS right at that trend line. Yep, good stuff. Hood, every dip buy has been a gift. Let's take a look here at Hood. This really has been a really good vehicle for our chat here, for our group here. This breakout from 67 has continued to pay. Anyone still in this? Anyone got an upside target on this that has not yet been hit? 80, 100, something like that? Let me know.
I could probably come up with one for you.
Oh, that I don't doubt that at all.
I think, somewhere in the 78 handle is possible. Yesterday we had a high of what is this exact value?
While you're getting that really quick, RCAT is ripping here. Sorry, I know you guys had mentioned this earlier here. RCAT took out that double top in the pre-market 775 and has ran almost $1 here so far. Good move there on RCAT. I'm sorry I'm late to this, folks. 13, and I'm sorry for cutting you off.
76.75 is the high from yesterday. We're about $1 away from that. We are getting a little extended here on the RSI on the 5-minute time frame, but maybe we see that come back in. But it looks to me like it's trying to get to 78 in that handle. So we'll see if that ends up happening. But that's kind of what I'd be looking for as a move into the 78 handle on Hood.
Okay, Jay here saying $100 by the end of the year is my prediction there for Hood. Thank you, Jay. Okay, let me get back to RCAT here. Lynn was asking for some levels here on RCAT. Lynn, again, I apologize for being delayed here on this one. The level was clearly 775, but we waved goodbye to that a long time ago. We actually said peace to the 840 level too as we drove right by it. Looking at the daily chart here, we're trading back up into a consolidation area, so I think the biggest part of the move is likely done here today. I would imagine this is going to be some pretty thick resistance up to about 950. I don't know if there are any key levels that we can discern from in here. You know what? I'm just going to go with that 950 level as the next key level. But really, I think you might see some back and forth action in here, as this is a previous consolidation area as well. Here's some more Hood levels for anyone that is interested. Day trader 84.51, 96, 100, 108, and change. Tesla here totally reversing its turn. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I knew my plan today. I basically just wanted to capture whatever the pop was. I expect this to be volatile. You guys were talking about Trump's considering selling his Tesla, which doesn't make any sense because he just bought it and Tesla's resale values are horrific. So that is a poor decision. Nonetheless, here, glad I got out of that with a gain. We'll see what Tesla does. I can't really discern what's going on with the options here because they are large and in charge in both directions. Puts and calls getting sucked up here on Tesla, ticker TSLA. TGNX to the highs. Was this on news? Because this is pretty decent volume here. What was the... No, that's no fresh news here for today. TGNX, that's running here on pretty decent volume. I wonder if there's a room trade in this or something.
Tesla's currently trading between the 50 and 200-day SMA, so might be seeing a little bit of a range here for Tesla for now. Let's look at some of these other movers. So Vero still headed lower. Rocket Lab's trying to recover. Still hasn't got up to the pre-market high of 2860.
PDYN ripping through 10 just then.
It's got AI in the name.
Yep.
And you said this is not moving on any news?
No, I don't see anything fresh from today. Last piece of news I have was from Wednesday. Sole finalist from the robotics and automation category for an annual National Center of Manufacturing Sciences technology competition. So this also AI angle, but obviously also the robotics angle. This ripping higher here. Volume looks fantastic on this. Getting a question here, is STZ outperforming? Let me actually go to a bigger chart here because I suspect we want to take a longer time frame approach to STZ. Quick look here, I would say no. I would say STZ is actually struggling here. We're up about 1% here today. I don't really see a whole lot of volume here. Did we have news on this today? Piper Sandler sticks to its hold. What's the price target on this? Let me see.
I think 160 is in the cards, maybe lower.
You think 160? So you think this is going to continue to move down here?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at a daily chart, it might be more apparent. This thing has formed a bit of a bear flag, and I think that the loss of 160 is going to resolve it lower. It just does not look good to me. It looks like this is going to go down some more.
Okay. I believe Piper Sandler's target they're maintaining here is 200 or whatever that's worth. Okay.
We'll see if it holds above 160, maybe that's possible, but it just does not look great to me.
Who's invested in DJT? Hopefully nobody. That we've been very clear on this show that is a trading vehicle and nothing more. How's that actually doing today with this? I haven't even looked at that given the whole spat here. DJT up 3%. After getting shellacked yesterday, though. So this actually fell from about 21. This is still $1 beneath where it was yesterday prior to that spat. I don't really see anything here. We got better things to trade, I suspect.
So all this bullish market activity is off that jobs report, huh?
And there were headlines very early or overnight that there was going to be a phone call between Trump and Musk to kind of sort things out. Then we got reports that that's not happening. Then we got reports that Trump's going to sell the Tesla. Yesterday, Elon very quickly having a cooler head in the evening. I retweeted some of those tweets yesterday. So maybe some of that's baked in here. But to your point, the most recent data print that we got was, in fact, the non-farm payrolls print this morning.
Coal roaring back. Did it break the high that it was in? It doesn't look like it yet. Yeah, it's probably going to end up resulting in an inside candle today. Which, if it does, it's going to take next week in order to help us determine whether or not it's going to go higher. We're not going to get much of an indicator just with an inside candle, other than it could go both directions. Honestly,
the inside candle here today, I mean, this would be great for next week. There's still a tradable angle here on quarter, especially if we get that inside candle. Anne Marie here, this move is from traders setting up shorts on that ADP print and getting smoked. I would agree with that. Ian trying to curl from G Money. Let's take a look at that. That was actually one of our movers here.
I mean, it still looks like it's going to have it come in for another test of that 200 EMA on the 5-minute. That value I have currently at 395. That's possible. Sorry.
This really needs to hold 4.
Yeah,
in my
opinion.
Say so.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Tesla really moving to the lows now. Boy, that sell is looking better and better and better.
This continues to sell. It might not find some support until about 288.
Yeah, there's Zach McCracken talking about the conspiracy theories, which you definitely give more credit to. They have a better track record than the experts, at least recently. The conspiracy theory that I was kind of thinking here is that, and we kind of talked about this yesterday, 13, the barbs that Trump was giving Powell for lowering interest rates really don't seem to be working. So maybe let's introduce some more uncertainty, get the market to move lower and force Powell to cut rates. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it's going to play out. The move here today, kind of throwing some cold water on that.
Yeah, I think that's right. Smoke tuna. Both those seem to be done for the moment. And here we are with Iron at 4 right now, so it has to hold this.
And it broke it. See if we get this volume to start to accelerate, really to either side, up or down.
All those movers from this morning just not really moving that well anymore. APLD, I don't know if that's all we're going to get, but it did lose its VWAP, and it is looking like it's going to go lower.
USAR, remember we talked about this being a possible play with MP. USAR continuing to move higher here. I'd watch this for a possible move above 12. See, Roth has a $15 price target on this. Okay. Okay.
I'm just looking for, okay, so it looks like Vero's trying to go back up to VWAP. It's getting a little bit of volume, but man, I just don't know about this one. Could be curling back up, but already looks, I'm still maintaining that bearishness on it. Rocket Lab back into the 28 handle again. So as Tesla goes down, it appears that Rocket Lab goes up. Actually, Tesla just looks like it shook out some folks down to 291, and now it's turning around.
Jay here saying, no doubt Ellison, Thiel, and Sachs told Musk to knock it off last night. I'm with you on that. That seems obvious to me.
I sent you a text about, we were talking a couple of years back about how Elon buying Twitter was I thought it was a pretty significant data purchase. He's got every comment and tweet, everything that was said by every politician and judge and elected official since 2006.
And access to the raw data. So he's likely going to be able to manipulate that in ways that we can't really understand yet. Yeah.
So I think, I think that's going to really start to, the significance of that purchase is really going to start to come to a head, I think.
All right, let's see what we got out there.
We got volatility is what we got.
Yeah, we do. I'm actually wondering here if the SQQQ is going to roll over again, or if I should maybe just peel the rest of this off. Thankfully, I've got gains booked, so... with the advanced to decliners line, that actually opened at the high, 1605 in the positive. We've since leaked to about 1350. Planet Labs getting mentioned here. This was one that really moved yesterday after earnings. I'm curious to how this is doing after. Okay, this is holding up here.
Yeah, so if we are going to get some movement out of this, it'll likely be on relative volume. I don't think there's anything fundamental that came out today. So, okay, there was a price target that was raised from 2.7 from 5 at Citi. That's really it. So, analyst upgrade, that's going to give it a lift. I don't know how much that will lift it, but they typically do, help the stock turn positive. And here we are approaching. So the highs. Let's see here. This could go up to 625, and if that's the case, that would be the pre-market area where the price was getting suppressed. So 625 is a breakout level, it looks like to me. Yeah. Was it a bong, J. Rice, or was it a blunt?
It was a blunt.
Okay. You're forgiven if you don't know the difference. Okay.
I mean, Jay's forgiven. Jay can stick a ball 3 feet from the hole from like 160 out with probably a 9-iron, so he's forgiven.
Okay, I'm just joking around.
No, I know. I know.
He doesn't strike me as the one who would have that kind of knowledge.
Me either. He's got other knowledge.
All right. Well, getting some polling here in Rocket Lab and in Tesla. Tesla just kind of back and forth. We need to get back above VWAP if we're going to see some more upside in Tesla. I currently have that at 297.15.
Looking around here, don't see anything else crazy happening, which
it's interesting
we'll take for right now.
With NBIS, it's interesting because on a 5-minute chart, it's been ever since we got up here to this this trend line that we drew. We've been trying to break over it, and we have not been successful. Look at that. Trying to get over this, not having success, but it's trying, and it's still there. And if we do get a break over this, we're going to see the other side of 48.
It's battling right here. And you know what else, too, is that this is just a testament to how good the trend line is, because I basically just eyeballed this, and I did it quickly. And nonetheless, it's still accurate. Insane.
Oh, thank Joseph Schmo for the announcement on the puts from on CoreWeave. Psychological barrier 150. Let me see what you're looking at here, because that's that seems to be well, it's 151 just underneath there is where the five. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not the right one. Oh, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second.
Really quickly here, CoreWeave, the big option trades here all seem to be to the bullish side. They're all on the call side. Maybe I should have said that instead of the bullish side. All of the big sweeps here seem to be on the call side, but there's activity for both calls and puts.
So Tuesday's close in CoreWeave was at 150 and 48 cents. Do you think that that's about where those puts are kind of targeting it? And it's not so much a psych level as it is a technical level. I mean, it could be psych because it's even, but it's also got that technical prominence here, because that's where we closed on Tuesday, was at 150 and 48 cents.
Yeah, I mean, what I see here for the puts are 140, 145, 160, and 165 and 120. So I don't see any exactly there, but plenty around that area. 13.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. What are we doing, market? Vero still creeping back up to its VWAP. Looks like APLD got some support, trying to turn around and recapture its VWAP. We'll see what comes out of that.
Buru is back. Ant Buru is back, spiking on volume. Andis on at 175, and there is a gigantic offer there that they're hitting, so it's real. We'll see if they've got the strength to take it. Here's your APLD chart.
No news on Buru that I see.
No. Smoke Tuna mentioning that Grab might be setting up for a swing. For those of you that have been around for a while, first of all, Smoke Tuna, what's the setup here for a swing? Maybe just a move higher out of this formation in an attempt to go higher. Grab, for those of you that have been around since the Moo small account challenge that we did a while ago, anyone I think that opened the account during that time got free shares of Grab. I ended up selling those a couple of months later to make some money on that, but just a reminder in case you open that account and forgot about it.
And Brew unsmoked. Hey, happy National Donut Day, Marty.
Hey, you know what? This is interesting. I heard them talking about donuts earlier. Andis through 175. That might get rolling here. Big volume stick. I heard them talking about this on CNBC earlier. They had donuts in the studio. You don't have to say goodbye.
So why is Krispy Kreme not up? DNUT or DNUT?
DNUT.
Yeah.
DNUT.
Yeah. Why is that not up?
I was so proud of myself. The other day I was at the grocery store just to pick up a couple of things. I think I was going to do smash burgers on the grill, and I just wanted to pick up a couple of things to make sure I had them. And at the register, they had Krispy Kreme glazed donut holes, like a small box of them. And I was like fighting myself. I was like, no, Ryan, you don't need to do that. That's going to go straight to your midsection, we'll call it. And I was like, just don't do it, Ryan, don't do it. And I ended up not doing it. So very proud of myself there. Won that.
You spared your yoga pants.
Yep.
All right.
Came home and had a granola bar instead.
Oh, take that. Your FCX is getting mentioned by Lion Atlas. This is coming up to an interesting spot. The 43.50 level, that was resistance on that, that move up in March when after Trump had made the address regarding copper as an important critical mineral. Coming back up to that level pretty soon here. We're currently trading at 42.23. Also, NBIS, we're on the move. We're on the move.
And we're finally through that trend line. So we kind of just traded around that trend line. And once we finished it, higher we go.
48.50 is my next target.
Tommy says I did the opposite and I bought the donuts. Oh, that's just how it goes. Guys should open a food podcast. I'm always hungry. So I'm going to read you something. The first message I got from one of my coworkers here. Happy Friday. Doing smash burgers tomorrow night and getting Mexican food tonight. I was like, bro, you're killing me. I'm so hungry right now.
All right. NBIS is moving nicely here. Still looking for that 48.50 level.
And then what, 49.50 after that, looks like? Yesterday's intraday high area.
Sorry, let me go back to it. I'll look.
It's okay. It is. I was asking you a question I already knew the answer to.
Oh, okay. You just want some validation. I see. All right.
Yeah. An amusing tweet on Twitter: a federal district court judge has ordered Elon and Trump to do a ceasefire ASAP. I'm sorry.
That's not real, is it?
It's no. I mean, it's no.
Oh,
it's a joke tweet.
Okay, because
EU spokesperson says Elon Musk is welcome in Europe.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to lose all his businesses to the EU. You know what, CA Forsman, I don't know of a Krispy Kreme near my area. We have a bunch of Shipleys out here.
We have, I don't know of the closest Krispy Kreme outlet I know itself is in Union Station downtown, but I know a lot of the grocery stores carry Krispy Kreme around here. So that's where I see them, whether it's Mariano's or Jewel, they all have them around here. APLD, is that continuing to move higher?
That seems to be recovering.
Where's my mouse? Good Lord, there it is.
It's certainly recovering. It has recaptured VWAP. It's getting momentum. This is going to be the third green candle. So after this 5-minute candle ends, we might see a little bit of pullback, but this is looking good. Shipley's is wonderful. They do have more than just donuts, too. Ian dropping like a drunk uncle. Wouldn't know.
Me either.
And I've got a good number of uncles. But we are finding some support for the moment at 367. APLD 1450 is the door it'd be knocking on.
Prime Medicine, this actually looking like this might break higher here from this 165. What did this move on?
Optimus Prime.
Oh, this was insider buys, it looks like. Is that really what that was here, Prime? Yep.
I guess the Autobots are rolling out. BJDX with a massive recovery here.
I can't even. I'm like trying to be serious. I can't. It's Friday though. I don't give a damn. Good. That was good stuff. Buzz Lightyear says, I have a Krispy Kreme store I pass on the way to work. Dem's trouble. No
All
doubt.
Right. APLD, we're knocking on a door of some pretty big resistance. I see a large seller at 1460 that's trying to take out here. And this is, this could be a big move back up to 15 here on this current candle. See if Forsman's hurting producer right now.
Oh, here we go. Producer sees it and raises you one. Producer. We got good ones. Best in the biz, as I like to say. What the heck's going on with NAM? This is bowling. This isn't NAM. There are rules. Let's see. Here's NAMM.
Donnie, you're out of your element.
Phone's ringing, dude. Name it Minerals here. This is actually a pretty ridiculous move. This thing looks like this is. I got no float reading here. I got no average volume reading. It's traded 336,000 shares. What is
this a new issue?
Even?
This is a new issue, isn't it? I mean, I don't have any data on
Gold producer, developer, and explorer with operations in Zimbabwe. No idea.
Yes, this is a SPAC, I believe. It
okay.
Like it is. Yes, it is. This was with Hennessy Capital Investment Corp, HCVI, and now it's NAMM. That happened today. Here we are.
Okay. Interesting. OMDA, the other IPO here today, by the way. So Trout Bum, have you guys ever had a cronut? No, I never have, but I've seen the show on Food Network. Maybe it was the Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. I can't remember what show it was, but they showed the place that have these cronuts. They have a limited amount every day. It's a combination of a croissant and a donut. And they have a limited amount that they bake every day. And the line is apparently like blocks long at 6 a.m. I think it's in New York, right? Check me on that. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've never had one, but I bet they're insane.
Yeah, I never heard of it. I don't think I've heard of that, but I didn't even know that Crow was selling nuts.
We're getting it done here today. That is for certain. By the way, S&P futures here did lose that 600. SPY did lose that 600. 599.73. Really not breaking down though. I wouldn't necessarily change the way I look at things until something turns around here. Looking pretty decent so far. Producers had a cronut. Stan's Donut. That's it, Anne Marie. Stan's Donut.
What was the thing that you were just looking at with DJT?
I wasn't. I actually pulled that up before because someone here asked if anyone was invested at this, and I kind of laughed and reminded that our show does not believe this is an investment vehicle, but rather a trading vehicle.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is. This is not one I would want to hold.
You guys could do an SNL bit. Yeah, we're way funnier than what SNL has turned into.
Oh, yeah. Probably better writers, too.
I mean, I would just boot up VO3 and we'd already be better.
Oh, yeah. And then we win. I mean, the comments of those videos are absolute gold. Talking about how Hollywood's cooked. I tend to agree. I mean, you've got to see some of the things that you can make with AI now. I think real actors in commercials are going to be a thing of the past in very short order.
It does seem like that. And I'll tell you what, I'd rather watch an AI commercial than that Jardiance garbage that's been shoved down my throat for 2 years here. Jay, your EAF, this little Graph Tech International, this is coming back here today. On volume, by the way. Do we have news? No news here. I have shares of donut and I'm in the hole. I see what you did there.
Clever. I like it.
Very clever.
All right, looks like we are getting that
Ray Riordan. Ray Riordan is a real one. He's a real guy because he called it the Sears Tower and not the Willis Tower. You're awesome.
APLD still going up. Nice recovery. Looking for 15. Still has a couple of walls to get through at 1480 and 1490, but once we do that, 15 prints should be coming. Oh, yeah. Everybody that's in those crypto names, I think you're having a pretty good day, right? We're getting a little bit of a rebound.
Looks like Tesla bounced off its pre-market low. Crypto here. Let me take a look at that.
Yeah, look at that. After hitting a low of $100,000 and $100,400, we have just been nonstop in an uptrend here. Now, finally, just coming to some resistance. And I think that big resistance area might be just shy of 105,000.
I think I'm going to have to adjust my order on those SQQQ puts. I think I'm going to have to lower where I'm trying to sell them to 40. That would only make it 100% on the second half, but I'll take it. Ray says, I live in Chicago. It's home and will always be the Sears Tower. Amen, brother. I didn't realize that you were also a Chicago person, but amen.
BJDX trying to recapture that 65 EMA. So this one is recovering. Maybe we'll see some better price action out of this one. Meanwhile, Vero doing exactly what we expected it to do. Still heading lower, looking for a loss of 350. That'll take it down to the 65 EMA. Could get some support there. I'm not going to be too confident on that because this is really starting to put in a bearish formation here on the 5-minute chart. I'd go so far to say that this may end up looking like a head and shoulders, and we should start to resolve lower. If that's the case, we're going right back to start.
Alex, what kind of brokerage firms does your platform have? So our platform, the one that you're looking at here, Benzinga Pro, is a supplementary news platform that also has scanners and other informational tools in it. It has actually nothing to do with the brokerage platform. You can link your account positions to create an active, automatically updating watch list that you can then use as a filter if you'd like, but there's no trade execution or any of that. So there's nothing that you need to have in order to be supported or anything like that. Whatever broker you have, you can still benefit from Benzinga Pro. This is me waving at my lake neighbors in the Windy City. Are you on the other side of the lake there, ET?
Are you phoning home? All right, APLD. We're almost at 15. Just have that one wall of sellers at 1490 that's going to take out, and then we should see 15.
Yep, over in Michigan. Biggie B's, I love Chicago. Isn't its nickname the Great American City? Its nickname is the Windy City for all of the politician windbags that were born out of this city.
Is WBuy putting in upper shadows? I will look.
I'll put that on screen here for you. FCell continuing its next leg higher here. Would not have guessed that. WBuy is the one that you were asking about there?
Yeah. So, when we look for those upper shadows, we want to see them kind of like in a row, like one after the other. And we are getting some wicks to the, that look like there could be some sellers really starting to step in. I think the important candle to pay attention to is the one that we got at 955. That's a gravestone doji. That's typically a reversal candle, and so far it looks like it's living up to its reputation here. Because once we following that candle, we've just had a big red one, failed recovery, starting to trend lower. The next thing I'd be watching for is a loss of VWAP, and I think that could be coming here. So even with the not necessarily the indicator that we're looking for with those upper shadows, you still have some other bearish indicators that are signaling that there's more downside coming.
Okay. This does look
good
heavy
question
here.
though. Good question. That's why I'll be watching for loss of that VWAP. MACD also beginning to cross here too. So just it's looking like it's going to go lower here unless we get some buyers stepping in underneath VWAP. I think we're going lower.
No Lab here, ticker KNW, the GoldenEye 1995 mover that we talked about. This looks like it's curling here. We did have a single volume pop, but to be honest, I'd like to see some more volume follow through on this and maybe give us the expanding volume situation we'd be looking for, or we would really want. BYRN Berna Technologies. This was a massive story trading call on non-lethal weapon options. Look at this move here. What a retrace down to what? Is this 13? Yeah, retrace down to a 13 handle. It already back up near all-time highs. BYRN.
CA Forsman, I see that it did hit 1496, so I'm sure it did print that. But just because we get a print up there doesn't mean that every order up there fills. I can't tell you how many times the price hit my limit area for my orders and didn't fill because there wasn't enough volume. So I think that could have been the case with you. I hate to say it, but sometimes we don't always get our fills despite the price hitting that. It's a matter of how many shares are being traded at that level. And sometimes it's just like a small handful. It's still going to make that print, but we're not going to get every fill.
Yeah.
It does seem to be slowing down. I think you were referring to the when we were just looking at it a moment ago. WBuy. Oh well, guess what?
I think everything is.
It's halted to the downside on the loss of that VWAP. There you go. Fantastic stuff.
GUR getting a mention here. A blast from the past. GUR, Gorilla Tech. This ripping here. You're right. On volume. Was there news here?
Gosh, every time this one comes up, we need a Tony the Tiger.
Yeah, we do.
Great.
Yeah, we do. That is, yeah, we do. I could use that for some other things too.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. That would be good.
But yeah.
All right, we need one more push higher on the Qs here to fill me on the SQQQ puts, and I'll be a happy camper.
Great point there, Smoke Tuna. I didn't put that together. It looks like KNW is the only one that we have right now. But at the time when I was looking earlier, you're right. There were no 100% movers. Only KNW is the current one right now, and it's barely up into the 100%, or it's like 115%. I'm sorry, that was pre-market. Hold on, I might be wrong. I might be completely wrong about that. Give me 1 second.
The biggest mover I have here. Well,
you're right.
No.
No labs did come back in. We have no 100% movers. I'm sorry. That was right. I was looking at the pre-market. So yeah, very, 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 very light day with the movers. It looks like. NAM is a beast. NAMM. I'm sorry, the minerals one. Gotcha. Yeah. Minerals is going to be hot. Critical minerals is going to be hot. All right. So we're getting a pull here in Rocket Lab. Looks like Tesla also coming back down here. All this bullish activity is starting to fade a bit. Man, that we buy or this. We're just talking about it like, oh, I could lose VWAP, this and that. And it's massive halt to the downside. Hopefully that you were able to take an action on that after I was done talking about it before that move.
How's Lulu doing here? You know, and I actually haven't seen a whole lot of contracts for Lulu either.
Oh, this was I love talking about this one because this is such a great exercise in a group working through a stock idea and it working out exactly the way we thought it would. This is a courtesy of Happy Hour yesterday.
I mentioned that here at the opening. This was really phenomenal.
And we were asked about this yesterday, and we said the exact reason we were looking for, and it was the guidance, because we were talking about how that sale they had. They don't ever usually have sales, and I think we made too much is more of an admission than a cute sales headline. So, man, we read this thing through and through. Great job to anybody that took that short.
Read like a book. Out the rest here of the SQQQ puts. That's wrapped up too.
Well done.
Yeah, those were really good overnight trades. They were both profitable. Ondis is ripping. That looking good. iPower is looking okay. This is a really good day here so far. Good day. Good way to end the week here so far.
So the smoked tuna, when it comes to W buy, what level are you looking at? Like $7? Because I like that level. That looks like the next after we unhalt. That looks like the next support area. And if we don't get it there, there's certainly the 65 EMA and the 200 EMA, but 7 looks like the next level.
TGL, is that what that? TGL. Look at the 1 hour chart on TGL.
Oh,
is this a trend line? Is smoked tuna?
I think he might be pointing out a trend line there.
Yeah, it looks like it. That's what kind of jumps off the page at me. Mike, good morning. It's great to see you. Thanks for joining us here. Appreciate your support. Be sure to smash that like. Yes, we were talking about donuts. Yes. I was listening from the yard. That's what I like to hear. Unhalted? National Donut Day, I mean.
WBuy is unhalted. Now with TGL,
I have to go back to it now.
Well, I'm just going to make one point about it. I see that the 20-day SMA is currently providing some support. So if we close above that and continue to close above that, then this looks like we could get another move up to $2. WBuy 740. Okay, so we are. Okay, so it looks like it's trying to turn around, but we haven't quite gotten down that level yet. 740. Let me see here. I guess I can kind of see that level. It looks like it's in the middle of consolidation. So if that's what you're eyeing, I see that. But it's not like any particular high or low. It just looks like that's like the bulk of the consolidated area from the transition into from the pre-market into the regular session here. Tell me if that's what you're looking at.
Kathy here, my thoughts on eToro really need to get above this 66.5, right? Like this top, every time that we've kind of chopped back and forth, when it comes back, it really stops at the same area. There were a couple of wicks that were above this area, but honestly, I'd like to see us get back above this area. By doing so, we should actually extend this volume shelf out, and that would be a pretty good level to then trade against as we push up towards 75. So I'd really like this to break above 66.50, hold above that, and really kind of show us the next leg higher here. That's ETOR. Krispy Kreme grilled cheeses to die for. Good. I mean, that sounds like a heart attack on a plate right there.
When I have grilled cheese, sometimes I like to pair it with tomato soup.
Yeah, tomato soup makes me gag. I do like doing grilled cheese on the Blackstone, though. And a shout out to the mozzarella sandwich, which is an Italian version of that kicked up version where you put the each piece of bread in the egg and milk custard, and then you make a grilled cheese out of that with mozzarella cheese. And God, why do we keep talking about food in the morning? It's killing me. I'm guilty, to be clear.
NBIS.
Man.
After hitting 48.57, we are starting to pull here. That resistance area that we were trying to break through for a good portion of the morning, that's now support, and it looks like we're about to lose it. MACD also starting to curl down. This thing looks like it's headed towards VWAP, and it may end up going lower if that cannot provide the support. Tesla heading lower. Looks like we're getting a pull in a lot of these things here. WBuy headed lower. We expected that, though. Still not down to the level we're looking at, although smoke tuna, I think we just got to that 740 area. It's trying to bounce. So did you get in at this stage? Are you looking for a turnaround here?
Oh my God. Okay. Market actually coming back in a little bit here. Q's selling. I have done well with my exits on these short-term positions here today. Good Lord.
Oh yeah, fantastic.
Good Lord. Ryan has a dozen donuts on his desk. Ryan doesn't have donuts anywhere near him. Ryan has been really trying to clean some stuff. And I got compliments from Red Dog about trimming up a little bit. Donuts don't help that, is he? App is having a great day. Did that move with the Amazon ad news yesterday? No, this just kind of moved with the market. This is not really doing much of anything here today, to be honest. Up 1.5%. That was on the morning gap. Tried to go higher here, couldn't. Definitely has recovered from the short sale thing. Buying that short report with leaps was the right move. That's for sure.
Yeah, I could see a little bit more upside in this, but I think this is getting too extended. And
what do you think about the weekly chart? Do you see a formation on the weekly chart?
Let's see here. Well, if you're asking if this is some kind of head and shoulders, I'm not confident I'd say that it is, though you could make a case about it. It's just the neckline. Where do you draw it?
Yeah, I drew the tips here on it. We'll see if this firms up here for one. I had no position in that. Glad this one's working.
I'll tell you what. Let's see what happens with 425. We cannot start closing above 425. Then I think that maybe you do get some kind of head and shoulders resolution here, but it doesn't look like that is the case right now. So I'll let you know when I change that thought. Wow, I got to tell you, man, the smoke tuna. If you were right about that 740 level, it looks like we are starting to turn around here. That's a great call. We'll see if this recovers. I need to see this get back over 8, but so far it's coming off that 740 area. And somebody was
Lion telling me at Ryan 10:30, sell your junk and go away, enjoy your weekend. Lion, I have to finish this show and then have another show afterwards and then other work responsibilities that I've got to do. I actually have been raising cash and selling though here today. You know what I'd really like to do? I'd really like it if TTD made a move here today, but
I'll tell you. No, I'm not forcing that head and shoulders. That's kind of what I was saying about it. Is that it doesn't really look like it could be one, though you could make a case. I don't think I'd want to force that. For me, if you are thinking this is going to 500, I would push back on that in this sense. If it goes to 500, I think that's going to be following some kind of cooling off period. I don't know that it's going to get all the way up there, now with the RSI being what it is, and there could even fill this gap up to like 470, and then cool off before we go to 500. So let's say that 500 is going to be in the future. I'd say that's true following some kind of cooling off of the RSI. Is that fair?
Sassy Butterfly Chick, before y'all sign off for the weekend, I would like to give Rooster a high five for turning me on to you guys. Loving the uplifting, fun, and great advice y'all share. Oh man,
thank you, awesome. Sassy.
Yeah, thank you. And you know what? I will join you in your high five to Rooster. 13 will too, even if he doesn't have his hand up right now. But yes, that's awesome. I'm glad you're noticing that. I love hearing that stuff. Let's keep expanding the community the right way with the right people. Appreciate that. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate you as well. Kathy mentioning VHC. We'll take a look.
And there's APL. Oh, sorry, you're looking at VHC. Okay, so we're looking at that.
I can do APLD next.
It broke out. It's 1518 is the new high.
No.
Yes, Will, you're right. It certainly was.
Oh, interesting. I missed this completely. So VHC cooler.
Mm-hmm.
are among tech stocks joining the Russell Microcap. Rigetti and SoundHound to exit.
Oh, I didn't know they were exiting.
When what? This is from May 28th?
Yeah, we've known for some time that Cooler was going to join those exchanges. I didn't know that they were replacing SoundHound and Rigetti. I didn't know that. But we did get news about Cooler, though.
Wow.
How long is this trade on for, Smoke Tuna, with W buy? Are you just going back to VWAP or what? Because this thing is hitting 8 now. Do I think Ion is done for the day, or do we think it is?
Look at this W buy bounce.
Yeah, with Ion, I mean, this. I don't know about the day. I would say that for the moment, it looks like there's no real trade here, but this could end up coming back later on in the day, as some of these have a tendency to do. It just needs to start showing signs of a reversal. This could be an early one that we're seeing right now with this current candle in the 5-minute chart, but I needed some more data. I need to actually see this starting to turn around and recapture, let's say 380. I need to see some recovery in the process here. I don't want to, I wouldn't want to start buying it here and all of a sudden it goes even lower on me. This is not a touch for me. I'd want to see some more bottoming. Yeah, really nice moves in Cooler today.
Jane said, I had a great week. Next week, I'm at the beach with the kids. That sounds like 2 good weeks in a row, Jane. Congrats.
There it is.
Nope, Tom, we don't fail. That's right. That is absolutely right. Absolutely right. BNAI, someone mentioned this penny stock moving to the highs earlier. That continues.
It's got AI in the name.
Yep. Nucleus mentioning that Lulu is dying. What did that end up going to? Did we go to our 240 yet? No. Okay. So we actually haven't lost the lows from after hours yesterday. That's one of the things that I'd be looking at here. Grats again, all the put buyers that held this one through the print. You get banked here today on that.
Wow. This is phenomenal.
I might take a look and see if Lululemon has a sale on men's golf shorts. That might be a right time to do this after
well,
this.
Guess what, Ryan? I'll save you the trouble. They do. It's called the We Made Too Much sale.
Yeah, but I don't know if golf shorts are part of that.
They have We Made Too Much men's. We have made too much.
We're going to find out. We are going to find out.
Ryan, I think you're going to find golf pants.
No, if they sell shorts.
Oh, shorts. I think if they sell them, if that's something that Lululemon has carried, I'm sure they're on sale. Lululemon
has a Father's Day tab on its thing, and golf gifts are one of the things that you can select here. So they do have them, but unfortunately, these are not what's on sale.
Aw.
They even have one of the models holding a golf club.
All right, Smoke Tuna, you're answering my question because I was wondering where you were going to go with this. They were over 8, and we just popped over the VWAP, but it's coming back in. Was the VWAP your exit? I'm wondering to know where you're calling good here with W buy, because it's starting to look like we're getting into a bit of a bearish formation here on in the regular session. This looks more like a head and shoulders forming. Are they tight shorts?
They don't.
Oh, Jane.
Oh, man.
Go on vacation.
They don't look like they are. They have 7 and 9 inch though, and 10 inch. Oh, actually, they've got a pair that is on sale here.
All right, so APLZ, we broke that 1508 pre-mark. I'm sorry, after hours high from Tuesday. It's Tuesday, right? Or was it Wednesday? Wednesday. Now we're coming up to 1525. Large sellers here. And it just got deleted.
Let me put this on the...
This thing is going to run. It looks, it just deleted that 100,000 share wall. This could go on a run.
And it's not pulling after it did that, at least not yet here. I'm not seeing the tape get flooded with sell offers either. There's still buying offers hitting the ask. 5,000 share lots there too. Wow. 11,000 share lot.
Yep, 1535 next wall. And Smoke Tuna, you're going W buy for 10. All right, folks. There's some more upside here to this one. We're going to 10 and W buy. Hey Zach, that's great to hear. I'm glad that you're having a great week. Come back next week. We'll have another one.
I was going to say APLD resolving higher here. That was a good call, 13. This does in fact look like it's going higher here. You know, we had a lot of people yesterday and this week saying that this is one of their better weeks ever. It's actually shaping up like that for, I don't know ever, but of the year. This week, yeah. Oh my God,
it's been a really good week.
It has been a really, really good week. It has been a really, really good week.
All right, here we go with more W buy. Man, this thing. Okay, I guess we're watching for 10.
I'm going to leave APLD on the screen here. Got to step away for 1 sec, BRB.
Okay. Lion, take care. I'll see you on Monday. And Brian, well done with APLD. That's great. Looks like we are getting a little bit of a pull here in W buy. Was that impulse move that it just had? Was that about it, or are we going to still get some more? Tell me what's happening here, Smoke Tuna. Looks like we just closed above the VWAP with that last candle, starting a new one here. So that might help give it a lift. See what we get. Tesla working on 300, waiting. What's your target, Biggabees, for Tesla today? It's having some nice moves. Actually, we're approaching the session high. Got to get over this 200 EMA, which is exactly at 300. So, hey, 300. That's going to be a breakout spot, I think. Looks like it. Yeah. And we are grass-eating animals, aren't we, Lion? 305, 310 for Tesla. All right. Thank you, Biggabees. So W buy still holding that VWAP, looking for some more moves up. Keep watching for 5-minute MACD to go green. All right. Any news on MANU? Asks Tess. Let me take a look here. See what I've got. Manchester United.
What happened?
They had earnings today.
MANU?
Yeah, MANU. They had earnings today. They did not lose as much as was expected. They actually lost a lot less than what was expected. EPS a loss of 4 cents per share versus the 33-cent estimate. And looks like they have raised their EBITDA guidance, but tightened their revenue guidance. So losses are narrowing, and that's great news for stockholders. So, and there's a little bit of short interest too. So you're getting a combination of things here. At short interest coming at 10.2% with 12, almost 13 days to cover. So I think all those things combined is why you're seeing this move up here.
MANU, by the way, I don't have it here. I'm sorry. I don't have a ton of historical candles here. But if I do on my broker, MANU, I've watched this stock since I started trading just because I do enjoy European soccer. And at one point, I thought I could trade this stock based on how the team performs. There's zero correlation. This stock generally sits between $12 and $22. So anytime you're buying close to 12 and selling near 20, you're probably doing it right. Stock really is range bound, doesn't move very much out of that range. Again, been watching this ticker since 2014.
Hey, Jane, you tried. It's, if you thought there was something that was going to work, then it didn't. Hey, at least you had a good execution to get out and not turn a small loss into a large one. How about this? Enjoy your great week.
Yeah.
And go have your vacation. Stop. Yeah. Mouse down for you if you're done.
Mice down, drinks up. We got the weekend coming. Pop those wine bottles open. We got another. We had the Pacers win yesterday. We got a hockey game tonight, don't we? Got a hockey game tonight. We got good weather coming on the weekend, at least around here in Chicago. Jane's got a vacation next week. I mean, you sound like you are set up to capitalize. Jay also mentioning that the drone names are getting bought across the board there. UMAC, RCAT, also Ondas too. That had a pretty big dip yesterday. Also mentioning TEM. Jay, what a call again that was off the Spruce Point short report. Really, really good call. Even this dip is getting bought. Alish, expect the unexpected around these parts, brother or sister. and I'm not even sure. But yeah, we will sometimes talk about some of those stocks. I like I said, the whole Man U stock to me, pretty interesting. If the Green Bay Packers had a stock, I'd be shorting them hand over fist.
Oh, you'd be
I'd be getting my face ripped off is what would be happening.
Okay, so Eyen, EYEN. This is looking like it's turning around here. Really starting to move up here to the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. That candle that we had about 15 minutes ago looks like a dragonfly doji appearing at the bottom of a downtrend. That tends to be a good reversal indicator. So I think the next spot I'm going to watch for here is a break over the 200 EMA and then a test of the VWAP, which I currently have at 415.
Gringo Loco Copeco.
Right.
There we go. That's all I had to do. Is just go a little bit outside the box where we get some more comments there. I love it though. I absolutely love it. I love all of you being here, supporting what we're doing. Absolutely thrilled.
Even if we are rooting for the division rival.
Oh yeah, that stuff doesn't matter. Being a good person matters a lot more than political parties and teams you root for and all this other stuff that people love to fight about. If you're a good person, you're gonna have a lot of leeway in my book.
We are getting some. I mean, Ryan, I think that was a really good mention yesterday. I think I was on the same page with you. Space stock's doing pretty well today. You folks are some folks were mentioning Virgin Galactic earlier, SPCE.
Yep.
That's over 12% now, but really starting to see Iridium start to move. Cooler also, of course. Lunar is up 4.6%. Looking like a lot of these are having a pretty good day. Sidus Space, when you were talking about yesterday, that's up 5%.
The small one, that's a trader that we've taken advantage of before.
Yep. Good stuff. Hey,
greetings from Turkey. Hello. I don't know how to say hello in Turkish, but I do love Turkish coffee. And actually, one of the gem people that I worked with was from Turkey, and she was amazing. One of the smartest women I've ever met. So greetings.
Tesla looks like it might have a big move over the 200 EMA on the 5-minute coming.
I'll tell you what, Tesla has been, I just traded an existing position. I just exited a position that I took yesterday, and it wasn't bad. But I'll tell you what, I know the range isn't bad, but this has kind of been back and forth. There might be a bigger move coming in this one too. We'll see.
All right.
Good morning, Rahman from Tennessee. I hear Tennessee is beautiful. On one of the spots to move to. TTD is consolidating for a move higher. As long as it holds above 69 to 70, yes.
We do love Tennessee, us Texans. We do love them. That's why they're the volunteer state.
Russ, I'll try it. I'll try it, Russ. I can't believe you even tried it. Tashakalar or something like that is hello in Turkey. So at least you let me know how close Russ got me here. And I apologize for mispronouncing it. I can pronounce it, but I can't spell. I tried to pronounce it the way you spelled it. So I'm up, you know what there. Tesla 300. Here we go.
All right.
Wow.
Move through that 200 EMA.
Watch this volume expand, and it's going.
Session high is 302.55.
Wow. I don't even know how to try to pronounce that.
If I try to pronounce that, the internet's going to disconnect me.
I was going to say, we might lose followers and likes if I butcher that too badly. And I don't want to do that. Nice, Chris.
It might create an international incident, actually.
We don't need any international incidents on a Friday. That is for sure. Chris, great trade there on that Tesla move higher.
All gas, no brakes. Wrong. They don't use gas.
Oh, was that part of the joke, Chris, or Big Bees, or did you walk right into that? You let me know.
Oh man,
that was good. No, they actually don't use gas.
Jay Rice mentioning LEU. He still has a bunch, but he's trimming at these levels and buying any dips outside his core position. So he's just handling it. I guess, Jane, this is what you were looking for with Vero. Please do not try it and make this work again. Just go enjoy your vacation, please. I don't know that we're going to see a turnaround in Vero. You could draw a trend line off the 453 high through some of the highs and trying to make on recapturing some of these levels, but I don't want you to go into this weekend with another loss. You do what you want to do, but just be careful, please.
So, merhaba. Am I pronouncing that? Am I getting close? Merhaba.
Yes, ET3. Thank you. Make sure to hit like and subscribe if you like what's happening here today.
Oh, here we go. Tess, look at this. With a mar on the mir. So, marhaba. Let me know how close that is. It's cool. We're learning things here. The more you know. Yeah, it's 97% accurate. I'll take that. Having never spoke Turkish in my life, I will take that. I will take that.
All right, W buy. I think after a little shakeout of some holders there, we are trying to push over VWAP and a trend line. So let's see if we get this breakout here. That's going to take us up to what, 10? Is that what we're looking for? For 10?
On which one?
W buy.
W buy. Oops, don't have that in here.
Big Bees, you've lived in so many different regions internationally. I would love to see a list.
Me too. Or like a map with like spots, because I feel like they're everywhere.
Oh, here we go. W buy breaking out. Perfect. Excellent stuff. Well done, Tuna, by the way. I just would love to know where all the places you've lived at. I've been to a lot of different countries, but never lived in them.
I got my passport renewal taken care of, so it is on the way.
Nice. Want to know a little trick to getting your passport quick?
I think you told us that.
Oh yeah, about how you got to buy a ticket and go to the actual
show them and then return it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we got it immediately.
They asked me. That's awesome. They asked me if I had a rush, and I told them no. And then when I left, I was like, "Yeah, you should have probably not just said no. You probably should have like emphasized a little bit that you might need it." But
they'll need to see the ticket. They'll need to see that you bought an airline ticket, and if you provide that and it's a refundable ticket, then you've got your passport that day, and then you can make sure it's an international. Like we bought one to Mexico,
and then they're like, "Oh, you don't need a passport."
No, we
no. Oh, you bought the ticket. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
To get the passport, and then once we got the passports that day, we returned the tickets. That's how you do it fast. Tesla breaking out here, 301 now, and climbing. Sideshow is mentioning iron, so this thing is coming back up. Okay, here we are, up at that trend line and near VWAP again. This could be a potential breakout, and if it is, we have some consolidation to get through from the pre-market if we are going to move higher. But I think at this stage it's going to be watch what happens with volume. We're going to need a lot of volume to get through all these bag holders that were just created in the pre-market.
Trout Bum, I'm fortunate. I've been to 49 of the 50 states, not Hawaii. We have a wonderful country. So that's super impressive. I think I've been to 40 plus. The only ones I haven't been to are some of the smaller ones in the Northeast, like Rhode Island, Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire, that little corridor up there. I could probably knock out a bunch of them, but I think I've been to every other state, including Hawaii. I bought a triple bladed dagger in the market on Oahu. That was, man, those were good times.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say anything bad about this, but to go to 49 of the 50 states and Hawaii is the last one on the list. I mean, in my opinion, you're saving one of the best for last. Hawaii is phenomenal. I love that state.
It is pretty awesome.
So it kind of makes me wonder if you drove to the other 49.
Yeah, I think he probably did. Yeah. If he tried to drive to Hawaii, he might have had one too many Mai Tais.
If you drove through Hawaii, let me know how that works because I want to buy the boat. And W buy, speaking of buying, that is knocking on the door of 9. Smoked tuna.
This might go hit 10 again.
Yeah, smoked tuna. Well, I mean, it hasn't. It hit 994. That's the current high. But I think you're right. 10 is certainly looking like it's in the cards now. BJDX, that's experiencing a massive pull here. Iron still trying to break through that VWAP and trend line. And you guys are just all nailing the right stuff right now. Love to see it.
Yeah, looking at the map, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas. Yeah, looking at the map, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. Those are the 5 that I've never been to. I went to Massachusetts because I was in Boston Airport. So I got those 5 states. Been a 45 of 50. Not bad. You guys had me thinking about that there for a sec. Okay. 5 minutes. We're going to go to Anne Marie.
Oh, what do you have on deck for her? Like, what's some?
Dude, I didn't have anything prepared for her because we talked about some of the earnings earlier on Tuesday, including Lululemon, Broadcom, and all of that. I would not be shocked if there's one that she wants to follow up on. But I don't know offhand. Anne-Marie, let me know if you're still out there. Let me know if you have any. And then, of course, what I was going to lean on here was asking the chat. Oh, you know what? Just passing through. Thank you. I have not been to Alaska. I have been to Hawaii, but not Alaska. So 44. Thank you. I forgot about that. 44 of 50 is what I've been to.
I've been talking about with my father-in-law and my son who's really getting into fishing about going on a fishing trip in Alaska. My father-in-law did it. He said it was awesome. He brought back a whole bunch of fish because they'll just they have a crew on the boats that you go on. Yeah. And after you catch them, they gut it, clean it, and flash freeze it all for you. I would love to do all that. So I'm really thinking about doing a Alaska fishing trip at some point soon.
Yeah, that, man, I've heard good things there. Alaskan cruises, I've heard really good things on. I really want to visit John Reeves and the Boneyard so badly. I want to see that so badly. I don't think I'll ever get a chance to do that.
Here's a flex question.
I will make it back to Branson probably pretty soon, relatively anyway. I'll keep you posted on that for sure.
With a name like Trout Bum, I have no doubt that you fish in the Kenai River. Jay Rice has got a big question for you. How many top 100 golf courses have you played?
Now, that's a good question. I don't know the list. Is Lac La Belle on there, Jay Rice? I don't know what the list of top 100s is. That's a good question. Probably not enough. Joe's asking, what's your number one golf trip? I'm new to golf, guys. My number one golf trip, we did one to the middle of Michigan where we hit Tullymore and a couple of other wooded Michigan golf courses. That was just insane. The Kalamazoo trip was amazing, mostly because I was playing better. The Michigan golf courses are probably the one just because I've played them so much more.
Tesla new session highs approaching 303.
Yes, Rahman. Yes, I did a family trip, cross-country drive with my family when I was much younger. We took a northern route through all the Dakotas, saw Mount Rushmore, went through the mountains, and then came back, drove into California where I have a ton of family, drove all the way down California, and then hit a lot of the southern states on the way back. So that's definitely what I did. I wasn't just driving through them, stopped in pretty much all of them, but that is exactly right. That's exactly what I did. Okay, we still got time. I'm kind of just sitting on some of the other stuff that I have. I love that Ondas continues to trade higher too.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot complain about this week.
No,
it started off slow, but man, has it really ramped up.
Me either.
I think, folks, if you had a great week, like I think everybody here did, maybe stay off social media.
Yeah.
Don't ruin a good thing. Just catch the headlines, and we'll try to trade off those when Monday rolls around.
Yeah, indeed. Kevin, thank you. Take care of yourself, Kevin. We appreciate you a ton.
I want everybody to have a great weekend following this great week.
So do I. I don't know, for whatever reason, I am just really excited for this weekend too.
Yeah, you have to be going with, the week we've had going into this weekend,
Yeah.
and summer's around the corner. Man, it doesn't get much better than that. Let's not make things turn sour on us, folks.
Real quick, you're mentioning HIMS here. So HIMS, this is actually a pretty good move. Honestly, looking at this trend line here, short-term swing here on HIMS makes sense. $64 would be my target.
Let's see here. All right, Tesla grinding higher. This could go on a pretty good run this like all day. It is coming up some consolidation from yesterday on its way down. Like if you look at yesterday's price action, we were consolidating right in this area for looks like about an hour before we went lower. So we'll see how the price reacts to this area that we're in. But we get out of that at about 306.50.
Producer says, I'm just happy I get to wake up tomorrow and not have to read news, which means I'm going to go talk to HR, get producer's phone number, and call him in the morning and crank call him. That's what we're doing. Uninstalling X, it will not save you from the crank call.
Yeah, because you still got Slack.
Oh, producer's not happy about that.
All right, I'm gonna get on out of here. Let you bring.
I'm goofing off too. Well, Anne-Marie's not even here yet.
Okay, so, well, when she arrives, then I'll leave.
Okay.
But man, these space stocks are doing so good this morning. Iridium having a good day. Really happy to see
There's
that.
Anne-Marie.
All right, there we go.
She must have been in the chat. She must have. But you know what? We were probably just getting so distracted there because I started to sidetrack and go to 13. Any closing words for the group?
Yes. Hey, great week. Like I was saying, folks, I want you all to have a great weekend. We'll come back here on Monday. We'll do this all over again. We'll have another great week. Stay positive. Enjoy Anne-Marie. She's fantastic. And have a great weekend. Take care, everybody. I'll see you on Monday.
All right. Take care of yourself, 13. Really good stuff here all week. We look forward to another week with you coming up. 13's departure leaves room for Anne-Marie. Let's check in on Anne-Marie and see how she is doing here today. Anne-Marie, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's always great to follow up 13. He brings so much to the stream with you.
He does.
You guys are the dynamic duo.
I appreciate that. We're having a lot of fun here, and this week has been really, really great. Okay. What do you want to start with? Do you have any follow-up from the trades that we put on Tuesday that you might want to talk about? We can do that first.
Let me share my screen.
Sure.
Yeah, we can take a look at Lulu. That really, wow, did they fall out of bed?
Yeah.
Now, did they guide down?
Yes.
I see.
They lowered. So here, let me actually get that for you because they lowered the guidance range. Guidance cut. Yeah, it was so the high end of the full year 25 guide is under the estimate. And they affirmed the sales guide. It's kind of in the middle though. So they definitely did cut it a little bit.
Okay, so there is potentially a post-earnings trade here. And let's take a look at this. All right. So we had Lulu give us in its last earnings event. They sold into the earnings, continued selling for a couple of weeks. Looks like about a 50% retrace. So if I were a betting man, I would say this stock is headed a fair bit lower. Easily to 20 to 230. And then if they break this monster range that they literally have been in for, whoa, how long is that? Look at that. 2020. They've been caught between $220 since 2020 with the high of 516. And so they're back to the base of the range. Probably some long-term buyers are going to step in at around 225. Let's take a peek at how we can potentially trade that into the next event. if we were the butterfly, both all the calls just fell out of bed, right? Even if because it fell so hard.
Right.
So
I think the options implied a 7.9% move. We ended up getting a 20 plus at one point.
yeah, it was pretty dramatic, pretty dramatic. And that's why, this is one of the great places to look at this and go, listen, don't bet the farm when you're looking at these butterflies. Take a shot and say, you know what? If it delivers, great. If it doesn't, also great. I'm going to have nothing but a little haircut. So if we take a peek at July's motion now, and my Thinkorswim is being a little persnickety. Let's see what's going on here. Why don't we start this up? Oh, I got the performance problem detected. So
It's got to be something with the streaming. It's so crazy.
Yeah, it might be that I have some very resource intensive instruments open, like Word.
Thinkorswim is one of those, by the way. It's Thinkorswim is a huge resource hog.
Okay, so let's go to July, and July, they're only pricing in a $28 move. Support is $35 below. So if you're thinking that this chart fades, which it could, wow. Looks like somebody sold those 1,300 of those options at 180. Some folks are deep in the money here at 300. If we chose the support range, which is outside of the expected move, and we just went 230 to 220 to 210, that'd be 42 cents for a continuation on the downside move.
Okay.
If we looked at an iron condor in the same space, we would, if we went $20 wide and we said 300, 320, it wouldn't give us enough premium. It certainly would not.
So, and then with that butterfly there, I had 240 as the next spot where I think this thing bottoms, and it looks like that middle strike there is 220. So, yeah, I wonder what's going to end up happening with that. I probably would pass on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think this is in a wait state unless you went flat out short calls, which to me feels like the better bet. And you can go out to like maybe August and use the 350s, which is right at the top. Well, it's a little bit more to the middle of that range. We'll get ourselves, I like the short call action here.
Okay.
I really do. I do. All right. So let me see what that looks like. If we went flat out the August short calls at 350, let's see if it gives us any kind of motion there. Nope, no premium at all. So better to stay away unless you're super bearish on the chart, and then the butterfly will work very nicely as it comes to the bottom of the range. This one is in a key retracement event, and it's had a lot of negative volume into the earnings, retraced 50%, and now it's really sitting at a do or die. So next week, if it bounces, it might turn all the way around. The next one we talked about was Broadcom. And my thought was that Broadcom would sit inside of a range. And so I shorted the iron condor. And what's happening right now is the back ratio for the downside pressure event is much more expensive. So you'd sort of want to wait on that one because it's got, I got a smaller credit for it when we talked about it last time. And the put side, see how the put side of this, man, could it be Friday? Just
Yeah,
wondering.
one of the other things, I'm wondering how good your internet connection is, because one of the recent changes we've made to the stream is to set it to low latency, which means it uses a lot of your bandwidth. And I'm wondering if that is also then contributing
that could
to.
be a problem.
So yeah,
that could be a
the
problem.
good news is that the solution is just slightly faster internet should clear everything up.
Well, let's see if they ever get
Exactly.
let's see if they ever get around to my neck of the woods. I live on the water, and so they're like, you guys, you got enough going on. We're not giving you high speed.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
which sucks. But anyways, so yeah, what do you want to look at? Tesla? Do you want to look at what do you want to look at?
I'll tell you what, I think Tesla is probably topical here today. And I don't know, I think it's probably been a minute since you and I have done one of these on Tesla.
Sure.
So maybe let's do that here. And then I think we asked if someone else wanted to see anything. I don't know if we got any response. Hymns, maybe that one came up. So we got some other stuff we can take a look at.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we take a look at Tesla on the monthly chart, let's go to weekly. It's going to make it a little bit more palatable. We can see that we had a crossover event at the last earnings, and it did just fine. This is the swing high, 488, swing low is 214, and it just rejected the 50% space at the beginning of the week. And so this bounce into 351, take a look at how many times it's tried and failed. 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. If it closes under the gap by the end of the trading day today, statistically speaking, it should head right down into the 238s.
Okay.
So, could be great, could be not so great. Let's see if there's any options telling us that we have a shot there. We would need 4 weeks. So we'd need to go to July's expiry. And what was that number? 297, 238. So we could pick the 250s. If we went to 235s, $15 wide, and then 15, wow, no, that would be $20 on the bottom. Sorry, let me make that, see what it is.
225.
Okay, 75 cents for a $1,500 move. I think it's worth I have this iron condor incidentally, so I've got my fingers crossed that it bounces just a little bit. This number, I'd wait until the end of the day today. I'm going to take a snapshot of this one.
Okay.
I'd wait until the end of the day today, and if it closes underneath that gap, we've got ourselves, hang on a second, my mouse being crazy. If we got it under the gap, then I think that's a good trade to the downside. So it would need to close under 297. If it holds 297, I would wait. As Tim mentioned, this 20 simple moving average, and I don't know, did he put a Williams percentar or something like that up there for the tech? This is definitely showing a place that if you were long, you would need to take profit. No doubt about it. And I would not be surprised to see this leak just a bit more. So I like the short action there.
Okay. Next here, we do have one here from the chat. One we've never done before, IoT. This is
The
Samsara.
Internet of Things?
That's right. This is Samsara does that. They just had earnings too, I believe. Was that last night?
Yeah,
On
looks
Samsara?
like
Let me
it
check.
just...
Yep. So real
And-
quickly here, they were
okay,
a
go
beat
ahead.
on the top and the bottom line, and their sales were a guide higher. Stock actually traded down on this. So it was a good report, but the stock traded down. And so far here today, we've retraced about 70% of the move down.
Yeah, so it looks like there's a nice floor of support sitting here in between that gap, like at about 43 and some change for this chart to have some potential pressure, but it looks a lot like Tesla's chart. You know what I'm saying? It's that fade that's recovering.
Yep.
Big volume candlestick the day before earnings. And let's see what else we got. Hang on 2 secs. Bitcoin is on a run.
Yep. That also recovering. That got hit yesterday on the
Oh my gosh.
stat, and that
It
really
went-
came back hard today.
It went all the way down to the weekly implied vol move for that chart. That was pretty incredible. Okay, so for these guys, you know, it just lost the 20, so it need to recover that 20 for it to be a bullish event. If you like buy stops, if it gets above 48, it could really start a pretty recovery because there'd be a lot of short pressure there that's trying to cover. See the swing low to swing high
Mhm.
right here, right at that 50% ledge. Wow, there's a coin toss, really, and coin tosses always lead me to iron condors.
Okay.
So let's see what we get here. So we've got 57 on the upside and 35 on the downside. No premium. But if you were saying to yourself, hey, I think we're going to have an outsized move, you could buy yourself a strangle. And so let's see how much a strangle would be. And then, you know, what's the volatility telling us? It's telling us that it's only going to move about $5 in either direction. So it's saying 40 on the downside and 50 on the upside. That's pretty expensive in my mind, but we could have some things that could shake the trees. So the floor is 35. We might choose 38. The ceiling is 57. So we might choose that 50. A strangle would be $1.45, but it would really have to move for this to pay off. So for instance, if I have 38 and I paid $1.45 for it and it moves down, it would need to move to 36.55. If I took the 50 call and expected it to move up, it would need to move to 51.45 before I could break even on that space. And so pricing, not very beautiful here in Samsara. If it's a stock that you love, that you think has got upside pressure to run, we've been talking about this a lot. Tim's rubbing off on me a little. If you want to flat out buy the option, buy the stock, 100 shares of it, and then go to, I don't know, I'd say you need to go to December before you got a good premium and sell it at the money, right? if you sold the 44s at the money, spinning.
While we're waiting for the computer here, with that strangle there, is it very much like a straddle in the sense of how it trades?
Exactly.
Because
Okay.
the way this is important because we don't talk about straddles or strangles very often here, but the way I look at those types of trades, I use a football analogy. They're either touchdowns or turnovers. There's no
Exactly.
so it's got to make that move, or you're not going to get much out of it.
Holy moly! Did we just get some news? Holy cow! The market is falling off a cliff.
Yeah, it actually looks like initially it spiked there and then came back in. Let me see if I can find something for you here.
Wow.
Don't
this big move above, this move higher, it's just from short sellers. It's from short sellers having to cover. Everybody believed the ADP report, and then the jobs numbers comes out, and it beats expectations because they've been lowering the job. They're lowering expectations for month over month. They keep lowering them, and so they came in and beat expectations, and then everybody had to cover because they're all thinking that, we're going to get a terrible jobs number. And you said it this morning, the broad media is doing everything they can for the common man to lose money in the market.
Yeah. I don't think we touch on that enough. I generally don't like slinging arrows at people, but it's annoying.
Yeah, it's a poison pill that they're feeding people.
Yeah, it really is. Anne-Marie, I am looking on Pro. I am looking on the Twitter streets. I don't see any new news here accounting for this move at all. Chat, does anyone else have anything on that? I mean, I don't see it here. I'll let you know if something comes up here, but I don't see it.
Okay. It might be the shorts just coming back in and selling it down. So, all right. Sorry to be so slow paced today. No truths, no Walter Bloomberg, nothing. Okay. So thank you, producer. I appreciate you looking. We certainly have got ourselves a little bit of a tape bomb going. So
yeah, we do.
All right. So what might be reporting next week? What do we have going on next week?
You know what? I should have had that prepared. Let me do that. Let me use Pro here. We'll take a look at the earnings calendar and figure out what we have due for next week. Earnings, and we're going to do what? The 9th through the 13th. And you know what else I'm going to do is I'm going to sort by importance here. We'll get the big ones first. Okay, Anne-Marie, your two big reports here next week are going to be Adobe and Oracle. And then we have Chewy, JM Smuckers, GameStop, Dave & Buster's.
Okay,
Restoration Hardware. That one was a massive move the last time that reported.
Yeah, let's do that one. Let's see how they're doing. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so let's take a look at Restoration Hardware. Perfect. And then maybe Adobe.
Okay.
See those two things. So Restoration Hardware has had its day in the sun and now looks a little bit like China approves rare earth for top 3 automakers. Well, maybe that's not it, but something else going on. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what Restoration Hardware has done since 2018, right? Monster move up with all the rich folks buying new couches. My sister-in-law, I think she paid like 30 grand for a couch with all the seat. I was like,
you can get like a certified pre-owned Beamer for 30 grand.
Yeah. It was made of this beautiful custom leather, whatever. And I'm like, nice. Her husband's a radiologist. And so
it was
does
really
her best to spend all his money.
Interesting little kind of a side note here. One of my friends went to her parents' house and he was talking to me about this couch that they had just got and how expensive it was and how nice it was and this and that. And I held this to myself. Anne-Marie, I took one look at it. I was like, this looks like Liberace puked all over the place. I mean, it was, I couldn't believe someone paid that much money for it. Like, it was wild. Anyway, that has nothing to do with trading. It's just, you just kind of reminded me of it. But anyway.
Yeah. So the question is, how how long do these guys stay in favor? And are they actually basing to make another move to the north? Now we know that some folks are tightening their belts. We do know that. This demographic probably doesn't have to worry about that too much. So the last move was a monster gap down after a big rundown, right? That's a little bit like Lulu.
Mhm.
And now they're sitting at this ledge of about 160. Let's see what the analysts are telling us. And they report, oh, whoa, they got 150% implied vol on their expiry week. What? Okay, there's money to be made here.
That
Let's figure it
expiry
out.
week includes this earnings print, right? How are the other ones?
Yes.
The weekly. Yeah, see
Yeah.
that weekly for next week too also includes it. That's at 150. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. So a lot of vol here. So nice place to sell vol if we can do it. The question is where? We've got the bottom edge at 135 or so, and then they almost filled the gap. 136. Whoa. Let's use this. 210. All right, let's see what we see here. 210, 136. $135. What are they calling for? $34 move. So that would be 150 and then 220. Let's say 220. So they're looking at 220 and 150. And I see 135 and 220. 215. Yep. So I see it on the upside. I see a different number on the downside. So if per happenstance we went just inside of that move, because normally that's what it gives us. So we go 210 to 220 to 230, 70 cents. And then we have spinning wheel of death.
Then we have the spinning wheel of death.
And then we've got, I think 150 to 140 to 130 might be the other side of that. It could be pretty cheap, frankly. What gives, friend? Come on. There we go. What?
It's literally like it's literally trolling you. It's what I feel
Oh
like.
my gosh. Okay, so 220, 230. I probably need to restart my machine again.
I was going to say
240.
you're way more patient than I am. I would have been so angry I might have thrown the machine.
You know, my days, I used to have so many of those days, Ryan. It just started really making me look haggard. So, and you know, haggard doesn't work for women so much.
I did not
A
see
guy
that
can
one
get
coming,
away with
Emery.
it. Women, not so much. So a lot more on the put side. It's almost twice as much, but we're also a much closer to it than the 220s that they're calling for. The you know, if it were, you know, truthfully, I would probably use it 210 here.
Would
if
you
I
take?
were-
Would you just take both of these just because
Yeah, I
they're really
would.
not that expensive, and that way,
Yeah, I'd take both of them.
$1.10 you're covered. Okay.
Yeah, I'd take both of them. I would. I take both of them. I'd go 215 to 225. To 235. Let's see what that gives us. Yeah. And the price on the put one is coming down. So literally, if you try to squeeze it out and say, hey, listen, I'm going to put $100 here and see how it goes. Now, I do want to say, since the actual earnings event isn't really until sometime midweek, right?
It's the 12th. Yeah, that is the
Yeah,
12th is
Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say hang on to these until Wednesday, when potentially some of the vol leaks out. Market moves a little bit in some wonky ways, and we can get in there maybe even cheaper than that.
Okay. So maybe even put out a bid a little bit less than that and see if they get
Exactly.
Okay.
See if you can get it
Awesome.
filled in, because there's a fair bit of volume. As long as you're not trying to sell 100 butterflies, there's a fair bit of volume floating around here, that at the big fat round numbers that we're using.
Okay. Awesome. Anne-Marie, really good stuff here today. This was a wild week. 13 and I were saying it earlier. It was a wild week, but it was a good week. So I hope the same is true on your end. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll catch up with you next week.
You too. Thank you so much, Ryan.
You're welcome,
Bye,
Anne-Marie.
everybody.
Take care. That is Anne-Marie Baiynd. Free option trades all the time. And remember, folks, if you need more than that, she also has her own dedicated chat room in Pro where she gives away trading ideas. We thank Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie's departure leaves room for Sandra. Let's bring her on. Sandra, happy Friday. First question I have for you. Did you enjoy the TMZ in real life yesterday?
You know, I didn't get a chance to watch it. I was feeling haggard.
Well done with that. Well done with that. What do you got? What do you got coming up for us here today?
Oh, I was going to take a look at Marvel and ARM, Google, CRM, Amazon, and Meta. Take a look at that and see what's going on for next week.
Okay, amazing. All of those are popular stocks here on our channel. Thank you very much. Options trading with Sandy. I'm sorry. Starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Good morning and happy Friday. Let's take a look at SPY. So SPY, what a great day. You know, we gapped up this morning, everything looking kind of nice here on the charts. You can see that our weekly expected move, which is this green, white, and red 3-bar action, is really identifying what the market makers had estimated for this week's price action. So they kind of give you the high and the low. Directly in the middle of that, of course, is point of control. We break a little higher, we're heading over to the resistance level. If we break below that point of control, we're heading to support. Pretty basic understanding of that. What else I have on the chart is this blue line, which is the 20 EMA. 20 EMA for me, very easy to identify, basically point of control on the chart. Anything above the 20 EMA on any time frame is bullish in my eyes, and anything below it is bearish. Momentum oscillator, you can use the CCI, real old school. We created an indicator from the CCI, kind of being more vibrant and showing you where momentum is. And the reason is because momentum drives price. So if momentum is actually driving price, sometimes it's nice to see that visually so you can identify what you actually have on the chart. So when you see momentum break above 0 and you see price above the 20, then you are bullish in my eyes. If you see that price is hanging around the 20 and you see that momentum is breaking below that 0 line, stand by, because you might be going lower. So for me, this is a really easy way to look at your chart. And then, of course, to know what the market makers are expecting, right? The market makers have all these computers and gadgets and bots and algorithms that identify everything you need to know. And so sometimes it's nice just to say, okay, what are the market makers thinking for the next following week? So you could see here on SPY, they were thinking, here's our previous week, by the way. You can barely see that. I have some Darvis lines up here for consolidation. But as you can see, they were thinking that we were going to go a little higher this week, and they were right. We actually broke above point of control on Monday, and we started heading towards that resistance level. We hit the resistance level today. So typically what that means is if price action breaks above the weekly expected move, what are the probabilities? The probabilities are that the next week, most likely, probabilities are is that we're going to go higher next week. Now we saw on a short period, if I go down to a 5-minute, we saw some movement back down. Let's see if I can get over there. And you can see this big gap that we had from the overnight action, right? So in the gray area here, you can see that after hours trading, you could see our high and low for after hours. And when we opened up this morning, we opened up and here's our gap from yesterday's close. So yesterday's close was around here. We opened up here. And so here's the gap. Now, oftentimes those gaps get filled. A lot of times those gaps get filled during the trading session. So we'll have to see, because you can see that it went down and it touched it and it broke through it a little. Now remember that this line right here where we actually is the top of the gap, that holds as support. Now, typically speaking, you don't need to fill the entire gap. At some point in time, it probably will. No probability is saying that today is going to be the day. Typically speaking, whenever we do like maybe a 50% gap fill, that satisfies all the gap players out there, because there are a lot of people that really like a strategy that has to do with the gap, especially when you have a big gap like this. Because when you see that, let's say as a manual day trader, as an example, and I say that because I teach automation, I teach trading automation, right? So as a manual trader, if you see that gap, you may want to watch that and set some alerts, because if we actually start to break through what is now support at this level right here of 597.24, we have a high probability to get to the next level, which is that 50 percentile line, approximately 595.88. And then if we break through that, where are we going to? The bottom of the gap, which is 593. This could be a huge play, right? Got $5 in play off of SPY here. What are the odds of that happening? Well, every time we break through a support level in that gap, as an example, the probabilities start to rise of, hey, this may just actually happen. So we're going to keep a close eye on that on SPY, but just giving you a heads up. Now, we do have an indicator on my chart that kind of shows you where consolidation is for a period of time. And you can see that when we break consolidation, we go a little lower. Here we broke up higher, but it was a fake out, came back lower. And now we're kind of in this, kind of in this area, this choppy area where the gap is going sideways. So we'll have to see what ends up happening today. So there is SPY with a big gap up today. Let's take a look at the Qs. I was looking at this bar right here when you guys were mentioning that the market was taking a dive. That is a nice engulfing candle, even on a 5-minute, by the way, guys. Couldn't find any news on it either. So maybe just, people taking some profits off the table. Let's look at the Qs here. Q's kind of the same boat as we take a look at this on a 5-minute. You can see that momentum is heading down though, right? When momentum is in between these 100 levels, it kind of means that the market's kind of choppy and going sideways. When it actually breaks the 100 level on momentum, you can actually see price action start to go in the direction of where momentum is. And the reason is because a lot of those algorithms that we talk about with those institutions that they program, well, they're recognizing momentum too, and volume and momentum go hand in hand. So if they see a large amount or high momentum, high volume start to tick into the market, that's already programmed into their algorithm, and they're going to play that trend as well, right? All right. So as we take a look at the cues, you can really see the momentum actually making a horseshoe here, looking like it's going to go down. We'll have to see if we end up breaking through 528. You can easily set an automated trade for this, right? If we break below 528.50, let's say, right now my line is at 528.55. So I'm just going to like basically pad that by 5 cents, take that away, say, okay, if it breaks that 550, that 528.50 level, then I'm in a short, right? I'm in a put. And so these are the ways that you can actually do this instead of having 100 alerts on your chart, which then you become desensitized. The alerts go off on your text and you don't care anymore because they go off so often. Because every time you're at your charts and you're doing homework, you're doing this, day in and day out. And so all of a sudden, all those alerts start to accumulate. So what I'd rather you do is, as you have a fresh mind and you're looking at the chart and you're thinking, this might be a good gap play today. What if I say, hey, I'm going to automate my trade. If SPY breaks below 528.50, I'm in a put, and I may be taking my profits right here at the support level at 527.50 as an example. So if we were going to do that, let's go ahead and program that right now. I might just do a trail stop. If I'm in a hurry, I love doing a trail stop. So let's use that area of 528.55 since we're talking about it. So what you do, you go to the trade tab here. Let's close some of these things. And let's take, I didn't have this on properly. Let's take a look at the chart and match those up. All right. Let me match this up to white. If you're on your charts and you find that you're doing that quite a bit, just look at your charts and see what the icon is here and just match it to your trade tab. Then you won't have to, go back and forth. So let's see if we can do a day trade or we can do 3 days out. I think I'll do the 3 days out. Now, when we were looking at the charts, we were looking at this area at 528. Let's call it 50. So 528.50 is going to be my trigger level. So as I go to the trade tab and I look for 528, you can see we have 529, 528.50. I'm going to take the 529 put. You can see it's at 208. So when I click this, I'm going to say, how about we just put a buy single in right now, and we'll program this and we'll go through it, and then we'll put a trail stop in, and I'll show you how to do that. And we'll just do this instead of an OCO order, we'll just do it manually. So as you can see, I have my order form up. Now, this little area right here, you could do all this from the front of your computer or the front of your screen on Thinkorswim. You don't have to actually go into the order rules. The only reason why you go into the order rules is to program your automation. So that's why we actually go into that gear tab. And when we go in, you can see that you can actually program it with a time and date. So if you didn't want to experience the morning volatility, you could put, as an example, tomorrow morning at 9:45, just to miss that 15 minutes of volatility if you find yourself getting stopped out of your automations. But here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hover over symbol. And when I do that, you're going to see this gray bar that lights up. And when you click on it, it just automatically fills in your ticker. And when you hit method, it defaults on mark, and we're going to keep it at mark. And you could see that the trigger says less than or equal to. The second one is greater or equal to. If you have a problem identifying that, don't be worried about that, because that happens all the time. You could look right over here and it'll show you what you have listed. So as an example, on this bar, it says less than or equal to. If I put it on the second one, which is greater than or equal to. So that's your backup. So right now we're putting a less than or equal to, and we said 528.50, I believe. So I'm going to put that in, and I'm going to tab out of this box right here. If I don't, this remains 00, and then your programming is not proper. So as I tab out of that box, now you can see the programming shifted. And then now you could go ahead and fill this out. You could also fill this out on the front, but you're going to have to fill it out. because we don't know what the option price is going to be when the stock price hits 528.50. So because of that, we're going to just say, hey, look, we're aggressive buyers. I'm going to buy the ask, and I'm not going to give you any more for this. So we're going to put 00 and tab out. So now we save that, and you basically have this 529 put. It's linked to manual, which means we programmed, but it looks like I did something wrong here because it says that the single order must have a positive limit term. That's so interesting. I do not know why that's happening. Let's take a look again. This should be ask. Let's save it. That should have done something to it. That's really weird that I'm having this computer issue. Let's go good to cancel. That's really odd. I do not know why. And of course, if someone were to ask me, I would say, hey, we need to call Schwab, find out what in the world is going on here. You know what? Maybe I got the price wrong. Let's check that out. 528.50. I got that right. Looks like I'll be calling Schwab right after this session to find out what's wrong with my automation, guys. That shouldn't have happened that way. So if I go back in here, let me just delete it, start all over again. Maybe I need to reset my computer. We have the buy a put. Come in here. We have less than or equal to 528.50. Tab out of there. This is buy the ask. We don't know what the price of the option is going to be, so we're going to go 00. Tab out of that. Interesting that when I do that, it does that. Okay, put good till cancel. Save it. Still has a single limit order on here. It's very interesting. I do not know why that's doing that. If I was to adjust this, it doesn't do anything. If I was to pay more or less for that, that seems interesting. I will have to find out why I'm getting this error issue. And so in that case, we'll leave that be. My apologies. Let's get back to the charts. And, it's interesting. Ever since TDA switched over to Schwab, Schwab's been doing some programming. And I have to say that their Thinkorswim platform doesn't act as accurate as it used to under TDA's umbrella. So this is real concerning to me since we do automate our trades every single weekend. So as automators, you have to identify the changes in your platform, and then you need to make sure you find out what those problems are. Because if I reset, as an example, if I get off the air and then I turn off my computer, turn it back on, and then everything is working fine, great. I just needed a reset or, like an update, so to speak. But if it still happens, I need to call Schwab and say, what is the deal? Or what's happening right now? Because this isn't right. So it could be a number of things. I'll have to troubleshoot that, but clearly important. So as we get over to, let's take a look at DIA. DIA looking not as bullish. You've got momentum rising, but still underneath the 0 line. Let's take a look at IWM. IWM, our VIX is below 20, which is good for the entire market. IWM, looking interesting. It's just staying in its kind of this consolidation area. And you can see how momentum kind of looks consolidated as well, just kind of going sideways in this 100 level. 100 typically meaning choppy environment. Would that be helpful to you as a manual trader? Absolutely. So let's take a look at some of these that I saw auction flow get into. One of them was Marvel, and it looked interesting. It had a good day today, had a little gap up, but really did a gap and go, right? So if we look as an example to the overnight action, you could see the overnight action high and low. Whenever we break above when we open the overnight high, that is a strategy to keep on going. So just know that your opening range, as you take a look at your chart, if you have this all grayed out, this is your overnight action, right? If you identify your high and low of the overnight action, and then when the market opens, we actually break above the high of the overnight action, that is a really strong sign of momentum continuing for this stock. And that's exactly what it did. There's no gap fill here like we saw on SPY, QQQ, IWM, and DIA. Doesn't even touch the gap. So this has a lot of relative strength to it as it just keeps going. So very nice look to this. And we can see, and by the way, we have option flow coming in. We have whale option flow coming in. So I like Marvel here. Let's see. If we take a look at the daily chart really quick, you could see that Marvel actually has just been going sideways for a really long time. And as a stock goes sideways, especially on a bigger time frame, we really see how this is really just called consolidation. And what happens after consolidation? Well, you either get distribution or accumulation. And here we're seeing a little bit of accumulation. We have the weekly expected move kind of going sideways, going up a little bit, but sideways. And now we're breaking above our Darvis bands, which is consolidation, by the way. And so we still have more to go. You can see where the market makers now are looking to next week and thinking, oh, I think this is going to go higher. When you start to see the 20 actually come down and then start to rise, right? That's a good sign that you're going to have continuation here. So this is actually looking good for Marvel. What gave us the hit to look at Marvel? The institutional flow. So money is going into Marvel right now as we're looking at this. And this really looks like a nice setup. You could see on a daily chart, we have an up squeeze right here. Now, if you're familiar with John Carter's squeeze indicator, right, which you can get in the studies, we just use it as a label. We programmed a label for it, trying to keep as much real estate on the chart as possible, right? Looking just to see information and being able to analyze it quickly versus having so many things on your chart that it's overwhelming for you. Everyone's different though, and trading is really subjective to what you visually like to see and what prompts you to make action, because you don't want a chart setup that's going to give you analysis paralysis, right? We want you to do your analysis when you see it and then program your trades. And of course, I can't program until I reset because that's going to be my first line of troubleshooting, right? Anything on a computer, guys, your first line of troubleshooting is turn it off and turn it back on and then try it again before I call Schwab. So now, as we see the 20, you can see that price is above it. I might say, remember what I said about price being above the 20, momentum breaking above the zero line. This is looking good for next week. You could see that next week right now, we're looking at a high of possibly 72.80. We just broke above our high here for Marvel. And what does that mean? It means that the probabilities rise that we're going to continue to go bullish when a ticker breaks above its expected move by the market makers for that week. And each one of those bands is a week long. So on a day chart, we're going to have 5 candles in there. And that's exactly what we have. And today it's breaking up. So this would be nice for a swing setup. And as long as we can stay above that resistance line, which is around 67, let's just say 67.40, as long as we stay above there, last hour of the market, not a bad trade to do a long on Marvel for next week. As a matter of fact, the market, this whale service that we have in our community is showing 80 calls. Listen to this, guys, 80 calls for July 18th. Let's take a look and see how much that will cost. So if we go to July 18, right over here, and we're looking at 80 calls. Now, I did see them ladder in. They had 65, they had 70, 75, and then 80. So here are the 80 calls right here for $1.65. That's actually pretty cheap. So I would do this right at like the end of the day. Last half an hour of the day, I'd get myself some 80 calls. You could actually program that in. I'm a little nervous to try, but let's go ahead and try to do that right now. So if we use this tab over here, we're going to actually use this date and time period. So now I'm going to go ahead and click that. Let's see if it's going to be nice today. Today's the 6th. and it's showing me that it's 11:52. And then down here, it's showing me what my current time is, Pacific Standard Time. So that's correct. So you just want to make sure that your times line up. It all depends on, if your system is on Eastern Time or Pacific Time to identify. But as long as these line up, that's fine. So now what I'm going to do is this typically goes on a 24-hour clock. So I'm going to do, let's see, 4 o'clock is 1600. So I'm going to do 15. How about 1550? So 10 minutes before the market, I'm going to get myself into an 80 call. Actually, I don't need to do this because I'm not looking for a stock price, am I? I could cancel this, by the way, if I said, hey, if it breaks below there, but I'm just going to watch it today. This side right here, a lot of people don't use this side, but I use this side of the order form for gaps. So if I'm doing a whole bunch of automations on the weekend, as an example, and we've been having a lot of gaps based on news, what I'll do is if I say, hey, I'm going to get into this whatever at 550 as an example, but if it hits 551 at the open, just go ahead and cancel this out so I don't have to worry about it. So that's one way that you could use this side of the cancellation order form. And another way to do this is to say, hey, look, remember that little line that I showed you here? Let me show you that. This little line right here. I said, hey, if it breaks below this support level, which is at 67, 76, I'll just bump it up to 67.80. If we go down today below 67.80, I want to cancel that long call for the weekend. Does that make sense? That you can do that? It's very easy to do. So let's try to do that. In fact, I'll do it right now. Let's see. So we're going to say this is less than or equal to, because we have that stock level in mind, 67.80. If it goes below there, I don't want to go in. And now here, we're going to say, let's go ahead and say, get me into this position at 13:55. So 5 minutes. Let's do it 10 minutes before the bell. All right. 13:50, that's wrong. It should be 12:50. Remember, 24-hour time, right? So if I tab out of that box, this says 9:50 down here. That's not right. So if it's 1600 is 14. So that would be 13. Let's see what it says for 13. I am having an issue with my platform this morning. That is incorrect. So I wonder what is going on with my computer today. So you want to make sure that your time right here matches up with your Pacific Standard Time, and it's not. This is 1 o'clock for 10 o'clock. Maybe I'm not thinking about this properly. If the market is at 1600, at 4 p.m. is 1600. Let's put 16. That would be 1550. Do I have that right now? Yes. Okay. So at 1550 would be 3:50 in the afternoon. I'm going to get into this call. Now for Marvel, if it breaks below 67.80 today, just get me out of this call right here. Now I'm going to save this, and here I don't know what the price is going to be, right? So because I don't know what the price is going to be, I'm going to actually say, hey, give me the market. I'm going to say market here, day, time and force, because this is just for today, for Friday, at the end of the day. So this is how you would get into a trade right away, but you would cancel it if it breaks below support, because you never know what's going to happen with a news event today. And now you have it saved. Now, if I wanted to add a stop loss on this, I could just say first triggers OCO, come over here and create an opposite order, which would be my stop. Come over here and say, this is going to be a trail stop. And I like using a 25 percentile. And you can see that once you put this on, you can do and we want a negative 25% is going to be my trail stop. Let me make sure I got that right. You're going to put good till cancel because this trade could be running off to next week. Okay. So easy peasy here. One call at the market, 10 minutes before the close. If it breaks through support, I don't want to get into this trade. If I'm in the trade, I have a 25% trail stop, which means that as the stock is rising, as an example, so is the trail stop. This is a really nice, convenient way that if there's a lot of volatility in the market with news events and stuff, that you could take advantage of a real bullish or bearish move going with the trend. But as soon as that one piece of news comes out, and let's say the market takes a dive, at least I can save my capital by having that 25% trail stop. If not, then what I would have to do is actually move my stop every day as the stock was rising if I wanted to protect my profits. This is a real easy way that you can set a trail stop for the purpose of taking advantage of trend if you're going in the right direction, but also having that stop trail price action so that you can keep it. So as an example, if this was to go up 50% on Monday and then all of a sudden drop down 25% from its last high, then I would be exiting with a 25% profit. If this just opens up and takes a dump 25%, I'm out of this trade. I know what my risk is. This is what I want to do. So now I'm just going to confirm and send it. And if we read the order form, you could say marvel at, this says open marvel at the open at this time, 12:50, which will be 3:50 Eastern Standard. And then it says cancel the condition if marble goes below 67.80, because that was our support for this to have a continuation. And then sell it with a trail stop of 25% if we go below that. If we hit send, now we're in and it's ready to rock and roll. Guys, I hope you have a great Friday. I'm going to shut down and restart and then call Schwab if I don't get this fixed. I hope you have a great weekend. Bye-bye.